You can see everyone's literally this sort of spewing out of the buildings here to go and get lunch and so on. It's going to be chaos here in about 10 or 15 minutes. It already is on the other side of the street. Not quite Oxford Circus chaos, but a different kind of chaos. If you see the sign on the wall, Sky Garden, okay, that's where the queue begins, going into the Sky Garden. Or rather going into the walkie-talkie to go up to Sky Garden. You can see that people literally arriving as I'm standing here joining the queue. So let's have a look and see how long the queue is. The colours, the ceiling, that vaulted ceiling. For anyone that might mention or recognise it as massively resembling the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele in Milano, this here is 400. It precedes that gallery in Milano by 400 years. But the way that it just appears, the way the gherkin just decides to pop up behind that church, isn't it extraordinary? Especially on a day like today. Those reflective diamonds. It's a magnificent building. Walking between the bubbles. Yeah, Evanescent it's called. Actually, it goes back quite far. There were far more than I'd seen when I was at the street end. And they're having their pictures taken. Look at this. How beautiful. How beautiful. What a moment. Complete with the London red bus. Quickly, screenshot it, everyone. The bus is about to move. Quick. I mean, literally. Thank you very much, Agatha Christie. Thank you. That's it. Let's get right up there and have a good look at the dome at the top. This one is Garden Court. As you can see, everyone, this could all be walked. Look at the gardens, it's beautiful. And the guy is happy to speak. Give a shout out to the church and tell everyone what you're doing.
So we're with Inland School, and we're coming from America to visit here for a week and try to help out how we can. Right now we're just walking around the streets of London, trying to give out food or food bags or hoodies to anyone in need.
What's your name?
Awesome. I'm Zach.
Zach, it's nice to meet you, Zach.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you too.
A lot of people from the US watching this right now. They'll be very proud. Do you guys know that the Strand is kind of the main place to find a lot of problems with homeless people? How's that for a view? Enjoying that, folks? The shepherd is not going to be delighted. The shepherd's going to be ecstatic. I mean, look at this as we head, looking directly along. Look at that. You want to say hello?
Yeah.
Okay, come this side, guys. Where are you from?
Spain.
You're Spanish.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of Spanish speakers watching.
Hola.
Hey, say something to everyone in Spanish. Speak in Spanish to the camera,
Hola.
guys.
Well, I'm actually Austrian, so.
Oh, you're Austrian?
Yes.
Okay, even better. A lot of German speakers watching.
Hi.
One second, let me get you guys right in the frame. One second.
London, recording live.
There we go. Spanish or German? Take your pick, guys, as you wish.
Chicos, bienvenidos a Londres, es la experiencia de vuestra vida. Os lo digo yo que llevo un año aquí. Ya está.
Yeah?
That's it.
So you're loving
Hazme
it.
caso.
And give me the same in German.
Te digo
¿Qué dijiste, was?
que tienen que ir a Londres.
Ihr müsst nach London kommen. Einmalige Chance, Big Ben zu sehen.
Aha.
Und ja, kommt her.
Wow. Wonderful.
Thank you.
So welcome everyone that's just joining. For anyone that missed the live earlier, it will be on YouTube and TikTok later. I was at the garden here at 120 Fenchurch Street. Went upstairs. I was here very early, luckily, 10 o'clock sharp, and we had an amazing time up there. About an hour or so we were up there. I will not be taking or answering questions while I'm doing this, guys, because it's lunchtime in the city. There are, as you see in a minute when I go outside, there are literally hundreds of people all over the place. It's ridiculously busy here. It's 12:28 in London. And it will be ridiculously busy. Thank you everyone for kind words. I'm massively going to focus on what I'm filming and obviously on what I'm talking to you guys about as I go. So other than if I stop, I won't be able to look and reply to individual questions. Enjoy the journey. We're going to see an awful lot of historical City of London landmarks in the next couple of hours. So yeah, to confirm, as you can see, compared to earlier, That's the queue. That's the queue. On the left there is the queue to go through the X-ray. Then you come out of the other door on the right, and then you wait for the lift. So in all, I would guess the queue. I mean, it's small right now. 10 minutes probably to go in, get X-rayed, come out, wait for the doors, and go up. There's a single lift up to the floor. It takes a little while, etc. It's worth it. And as you can see, even the waiting area, even if it's raining, it's a great place to wait. You've got this immersive ceiling experience. It's a little bit like Outernet near Tottenham Court Road. So anyway, this is the entrance, everyone, to the garden at 120 Fenchurch Street. The actual street name, if anyone's looking for it, is Hogarth Court, which is directly off of Fenchurch Street, of course. As we can see on the street sign opposite Fenchurch Street. And as mentioned, it's starting to get crazy busy here because it's lunchtime in the city. Hungry office workers everywhere. So we're going to carry on along here, and you'll see why we're heading in this direction. This isn't my back garden, as it were. I don't know the city intimately like I do Central London, but I know it well enough to know generally where we're going, and more importantly, the key buildings and the things that we're going to see when we're on the way. So there's a lot to look forward to, everyone. I promise. A lot to look forward to. Actually, we're going to see at least 4, 5, 6 things which will make you go like, "Whoa!" If I haven't seen that, I'm definitely going to see it. Or, "Whoa! I haven't seen that for a long time. I'm going to go back and see it." 100%. So if we carry along, walking past Fen Court on my right, still walking along Fenchurch Street. We're heading in the general, rough general direction of Monument Tube Station. But don't worry, I'm not going to Monument to get on the tube and go home, I promise. See, we've got spectacular sunshine peeking through. It's a very, very, very nice day, in fact. Very nice day. So I promise you, you'll all enjoy what I'm going to show to you today. Also stop at some of the sort of smaller, obscure streets and lanes and so on as we go. The only thing that's a bit awkward about the city is the sheer volume of people, especially when lunchtime kicks in about 10 or 15 minutes, and the streets are so small that the taxis and the couriers and everything pushing, barging to get through. You'll see that as we go, so I'm going to be much mindful of what's going on around me. Instead of focusing on the questions. I will later, I promise, though. Obviously most of the buildings are corporate HQs and so on, etc, etc. But to be honest, even the most bland of the corporate HQs here, the architecture is rather spectacular, even on Fenchurch Street. In fact, if we were to go this way, continuing down Fenchurch Street, it would take us to Fenchurch train station, which is arguably, other than Liverpool Street and London Bridge, one of the main terminuses here in the city of London for people workers coming in from Kent and the southern part of England. I'm going to pause briefly on the corner here to show you what's in front of me, everyone. You all know this building, I'm sure. For anyone that doesn't, this is the magnificent and iconic walkie-talkie, and at the top is obviously Sky Garden, which we've seen and which we all like very much for different reasons. I'm going to cut through there not because it's necessary, but because it's on the way, and to give you guys an idea. I always mention about get there early when it comes to these places in the city, especially if the weather forecast is bright and basically anything except rain. Get there early. I'll show you why you need to get there early. Okay. Let's have a little walk past the Sky Garden entrance and see how busy it is. We just saw 120 Fenchurch. It wasn't busy. There are a few people there. About a 10-minute wait. Let's have a look and see how that compares with Sky Garden, because we're right here, literally. Let's cross over carefully. One moment. As you can see, everyone's literally just sort of spewing out of the buildings here to go and get lunch and so on. It's going to be chaos here in about 10 or 15 minutes. It already is on the other side of the street. Not quite Oxford Circus chaos, but a different kind of chaos. Okay, so this is where the queue typically begins for Sky Garden, everyone. If you see the sign on the wall, Sky Garden, okay, that's where the queue begins, going into the Sky Garden. Or rather going into the walkie-talkie to go up to Sky Garden. You can see that people literally arriving as I'm standing here joining the queue. So let's have a look and see how long the queue is. I bet it's long already. As you can see, there it is. And again, this is just for the purposes of anyone that is thinking about visiting and is worried about not actually figuring out exactly where you need to go when you get nearby. That's the queue. Okay, that's the queue just to get in the door, to go through the X-ray and search process and so on, just like at the airport. So yeah, it carries along and along and along. See, now you know, guys, why I always say get there early. Okay, I reckon if you're lucky, 30 minutes to get through the door, get X-rayed and searched and get upstairs. But not only that, imagine when you get up there, in fact, all these people that are queuing, plus all the ones that are already up there, plus all the ones that will be arriving, are all going to be jostling for that space. Okay, and much as it's got a relatively high capacity, I think they accept about 350, 400 people. It's absolute. Look, the queue is chocker. More than 100 people in the queue, easy. It goes all the way back around the side of the building already. So good luck. No one is going to get a walk in. No way. No chance at all. They say you can kind of just turn up and hope to get in, but you know what? You won't. So either book those tickets like 2 or 3 weeks in advance, which are free, as I always mentioned, or even better idea is I always say get there super early, etc. Get there literally before, before the doors open, before they start the ticketing time at 10 a.m. I always say get there at 8 o'clock, get there at 8:30, get there at 9. Sky Garden. I'm not going to go up here and film massively, guys, because the security are super fussy. You saw the other day the guy came out and was like, "What are you doing? Blah blah blah. Who are you? What do you want? Etc. etc. etc." So very briefly, yeah, that queue. Look, just like no, thank you. It's not worth it. I would not spend like 30, 40, 50 minutes, whatever, plus queuing there to get in. Definitely not. Be smart, guys. Get there early before the ticketing even opens. Arrive at 8, 8:30, 9. Tell them you're in the area. Tell them you'd like to have a look, and I promise you 100% the security people will let you up. Just as they did with me the other day when I was there. So you see the difference, in fact. Sky Garden queue, massive. 120 Fenchurch Street queue, small, but still significant enough that you're going to have to wait. Okay, let's continue. Okay, so walking onto another very famous thoroughfare, shall we say, here in the City of London. This is East Cheap. And as you can see, it's already starting to get pretty rammed with hungry workers. I mean, unsurprisingly. Yeah, East Cheap. We're heading this way, slightly northward, toward Monument, and you'll see why. We'll then cut across. See, even the taxi drivers don't know where they're going. They're kind of pausing like, oh, which street is which? Because there are dozens of small streets, and you know what? They all look exactly the same. And a lot of them, because you have building works and hoardings, the taxi drivers can't even see, the name of the street. And contrary to popular belief, not all of the taxi drivers know the name of every street. Their geography is not, absolute and infinite. Are you giving all this out, or is it?
It's not, but you're very welcome to take it back.
Are you really that kind?
Yeah.
That's lovely. Wow. Can I sort of film it, give it a shout out, with you in it, yeah? Hey everyone, if you want to come down here, you're happy to be in it, your face? You're happy to be in it? Yeah. Hey, if you want to come down here, give a shout out to your products.
Sweet, healthy breakfast cereal. We've got 4 flavours: cinnamon, chocolate, strawberry, vanilla. Come down.
Come down for free. Look, gave me some super kind. Look, I've got some for free. How's that? Thank you so much.
No
Good luck.
Have a nice day.
Enjoy. Okay, so guys, I've got some free food to help me on my journey. Great, fantastic. Okay, let's continue down here. I haven't got any free hands to actually eat it yet, but I mean, it's there for later. So if you want free food, come down to East Cheap, everyone. Speak to that lovely chap who was only too happy to recommend the product. Okay, let's continue down. So many as well, so many of these little alleyways. Look, oh, the van just blocked it. 1 second. See this where Cheese and Peppers is, that little alleyway beyond. It goes through the pub in there. The Ship is a popular pub with city workers. So many of these tiny alleys, they just have literally one pub or a gate, to somewhere else. It's, a warren is how I would describe the City of London. It is an absolute warren of streets and alleys and so on. Here's the famous or infamous, depending on which way you look at it, Pudding Lane. Notice we're still in the postcodal area of EC3. Get to the top and I'll cross over and we're going to be heading left, which fundamentally is going to be going eastward. You'll see why in a moment. The first stop will be a very fun one, I promise. Okay, so here we've reached East Tube. And as I mentioned, everyone always says to me, what's the closest tube station? What's the easiest way to get here? Right there, everyone. Monument tube station is right there in front of me, okay? It is the absolute closest. District line, Circle line, Monument. Perfect. Very, very, very convenient. It takes like literally less than a minute between getting off the train and coming up the escalator. It's a very easy in-out access, Monument station. Monument itself, that massive monument, is in front of you. You can see it sort of peeking around at one moment. I'm trying not to film the police, obviously, but Monument, the actual monument itself, everyone, yeah, please, I hope the police are not going to get out and tell me off for filming, but yeah, see the monument with the gold top, etc. Okay, so if we come back out again and look toward the city, a lot of you might remember these views from the other day when we were here very early before light, and those buildings were, you know, wonderfully illuminated. And let's go. We're going to cross over the street and head into the city proper through the throng of hungry city workers. Who knows? Maybe we'll get some more free food. Yeah, just look at there are indeed, in fact, we might occasionally get a dropout. The city is, it's not perfect, let's just say, in terms of reception, but you know, it'll pick up. Let's see how we go. Normally I haven't had a problem here, but again, it depends on how busy it is. Okay, so we're now walking along Grace Church Street, everybody. Look at these beautiful blue skies. You know, this is why throngs of people outside there. It's why everyone wants to get up into Sky Garden or the Garden at 120, because it's, you know, it's a beautiful day. The sky is crystal clear, no barely a cloud. It's going to keep cutting out. No, it's not really my connection. I'm watching this on another phone here. It's working fine for me. So if it's going to cut out for you guys, apologies. But you know, it's a network issue. It's not a John's phone issue. Here we are, walking the general direction of the Leadenhall building at the moment. Aneczka, привет. Я могу немножко по-русски язык, but if you would prefer to write in English for everyone else, that would be great. Again, wherever you turn, in fact, in the city, is interesting. There's not a street that isn't. You know, the buildings, you will love it, Tina, I promise, 100%. Thank you very much. We have lots of time today as well. We're really going to enjoy the sunshine and as many aspects of the city as I can fit in and remember without getting lost. So again, this is me looking back toward Monument. You can see how busy it's getting, everyone. Look. It's literally rammed right now. Okay, let's continue. Some of you might guess where we're going to stop first, though I did mention it earlier. Bill, those kind of comments are not necessary. Please don't repeat, otherwise you will be muted and then banned. This is a tour of London. It isn't a political channel, and nor is it about who or what, etc. People are where they're from. Not interested, don't need it. Okay, let's continue along. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you have to take your children to school. I know that. Again, these little sort of, you know, the alleyways and cut-throughs. This one goes to the Swan Tavern. You know, there's lunchtime in the pub is not as popular as it used to be in the City of London. Some of the employees don't actually like it. The big corporates, they used to. You know, there's 2-hour lunches in the city used to be normal as opposed to an exception.
So I wonder if we could try and get.
Thank you. Yeah, probably easy to mute him, in fact, before he makes a fool of himself and gets banned. Thank you, Rocher. Plus, a lot of the streets have super interesting names. Look at this one. Bull's Head Passage. In fact, it's a mere cut through. A city alleyway. Okay, for anyone that doesn't know where we are, or we're about to approach, have a look at that sign right up there in the centre of the frame. 550 years of history coming up in a moment, everyone. We're at Leadenhall Market. Now you might be asking, hey, why are we here? Why are we at a market? Let me show you why. Look at the architecture. Look at that. Isn't it magnificent? The colours, the ceiling, that vaulted ceiling. For anyone that might mention or recognise it as massively resembling the Galleria Vittorio Emanuele in Milano, this here is 400. It precedes that gallery in Milano by 400 years. Leadenhall Market has been here, I believe, since the 16th century. So a lot of people think, they copy this or that. No, this is the first one, guys. This is the first one, much copied around the world, including, of course, in Milano. It is very, very, very beautiful. Colours, etc. A lot of the shops and so on here have been here an awful long time. On the right-hand side is a pub, which is already, in fact, packed with city workers, unsurprisingly, getting some getting some alcohol. On the left here, we've got. I'm not sure, in fact, whether it's a butcher's or similar. But obviously, it's. The live might cut out, guys. If the live does cut out, don't worry. It's not that I'm going anywhere. We might occasionally have patchy reception. In places like this, where there's so much ironwork and steel, we sometimes do have issues with the reception. But hopefully, it will be okay, and it will sort of pop back and forwards. Viandas is quite famous because even though they're not actual real chunks of meat hanging outside, loins, you can see the loins. They used to hang it outside on those hooks to dry and cure the meat. They don't anymore. It's just for show. But yeah, that's what that rack is for, where they're hanging up those green loins in the bags. In fact, they still got the green pig on the floor. It's looking back out onto Gracechurch Street. Bus just happens to pass at the exact moment we look that way, luckily. Yes, it's Leadenhall Market. Complete with London's largest bottle of wine, which you actually can't tap. That bottle of wine, I'm not kidding, guys, is bigger, it's taller than me. It's about 7 foot tall, I would say, roughly. It's a massive bottle. Actually looks real. I guess people are always putting their hands on it, taking pictures and stuff. But yeah, I think that's probably London's largest bottle of wine. And you can see, despite the X hundred years of history, it's still very much a live and functional market. Okay, yes, primarily it's cafes and so on. There's a gentleman's, it's in fact a branch of Rice, the gentleman's tailor's clothing shop, etc. in front. Well, actually, gentlemen and ladies. That's the rear exit out of Leadenhall. That goes directly back towards Sky Garden. We're going to go through that in a few minutes, and you'll see why when we do. This is the exit that leads onto Fenchurch Street. That, as mentioned, is Gracechurch Street where we came in. This is closed because they're working. This is Whittington Avenue, going again further into the city towards the Leadenhall building. Doesn't matter because, as I say, you can walk through, but it's not the way we need to go today. We're going to go to my right in a second, and you'll all see why. So get ready. As spectacular as this architecture is, and I'll sort of do a 360 again, especially so you can appreciate, the magnificence of that vaulted ceiling. Look at those panels. Look, the clock up there, etc. It is quite spectacular, isn't it? Let's be honest. I mean, it is absolutely glorious. I didn't even notice the fact they have dragons. Yeah, they're up there on the top of the columns are dragons, silver dragons. I have no idea what they represent or why they're there. But yeah, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful historical building. Magnificent. Absolutely glorious. In fact, spectacular. Especially as, despite the 500 years of history, it's still being used every single day. You can see how busy it's getting already. It's not even 1 p.m. yet, which is when the offices will really start to flood out onto the street. So let's escape here before it gets so busy that I'm going to bash into someone. This is, for everyone just joining, welcome. This is Leadenhall Market in the City of London. And you can see, look, some of the shops already have a queue of people there just to buy some lunch. My apologies, go ahead. So that's if you want a tortilla for lunch, that's the queue to buy tortillas. Okay, why do we come out this side? Well, a couple of reasons. First of all, it's the final sort of corner, as it were, southern corner this is, of Leadenhall Market. And just for anyone watching, instead of actually reading out verbally, that's where we are right now. Okay. We've just come out of the southern exit of Leadenhall Market. It is, yes, it's a glorious part of the city of London, very much so in every way. One of my favourite spots here in London. And again, this scene is, I'm now outside, I'm out of the market just, as you can see. Isn't it utterly wonderful? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's like an old railway terminus. In fact, it reminds me of the scenes that there used to be at St Pancras and King's Cross and so on. Okay, from that 500 years of history to now. Look at this. Anyone recognise this building? With a super fast lift. Look at that, how fast that lift is zooming down. Oh, it missed ground level. It's gone straight to sub-zero, sub-level. This, everyone, is the ridiculously famous or infamous, depending on which way you look at it, with the architecture. Another lift coming down there, zooming down the side. This is the Lloyd's building, Lloyd's of London. So that lift, how quickly it comes down. I would be quite scared, to be honest. I'm not sure if that's a passenger lift or what is going on there. But yeah, I'm standing against the barrier to Leadenhall Market is directly behind me. I'm going to sort of focus here for a moment, use that as support. Keep this very, very stable. You see those lifts zooming up and down here. Yeah, I think if anyone would like to Google it, if anyone has a moment, I seem to remember that this is a Norman Foster building. I might be wrong. It's Norman Foster or Richard Rogers, I'm sure it is. If someone wants to have a quick Google and see who was the architect, who originally conceived this spectacular and original design for the Lloyd's of London building. I wish I could go in the lift. It's a private building. It's a functional corporate headquarters. Lloyd's of London Insurance. I can't go in. Even if I tried to go in, I'll walk past the entrance in a moment. They'll tell me to get lost or turn off the camera or call the police. Yeah, they are overly sensitive in the city for obvious reasons. Anyone knows the history of things that have happened here, say in the last 30, 40 years, you would know why they're very security conscious, shall we say. I can't remember. I always forget whether one is Richard Rogers or Norman Foster. They've both designed and put their names to so many spectacular buildings. I literally don't remember from one day to the next which is which. Of course, people can, come on. I mean, if you're here right now, you want a taco, you want a quesadilla? Of course, come on. Would you rather have a nice hot quesadilla on a day like today, when the temperature is just above zero, or would you rather have, a sandwich, a cold sandwich, soggy sandwich from Pret? That queue for the Mexican grill, I think that, I've never been in there. I'm not going to lie. I haven't eaten there, but I'm guessing solely based on the length of the queue, and it's massive. Look, I mean, we just walked past it. It's already halfway down Leadenhall. I think based on the length of the queue, those that work here are those that know best, probably return customers. So I guess, it's called Mexican Grill, apparently, Mexican Grill. Yeah, tortillas, quesadillas and so on. Lovely. Okay, let's continue. We just missed that chap, just got in the lift. He's zooming up there like hyperspeed. It's literally something out of Blade Runner, isn't it, this building? Oh, in he goes. Literally, it's like, it's a very, very curious building. Completely unique architecturally. I can't think of anything that is even close. People are actually looking down at me filming as I'm zooming up. I keep missing those lifts, in fact. The moment I move, someone comes up or down. Oh, I think that's it for the moment. It's actually hard to look directly up. I'm going to get very close to those lift shafts. That way I can see if they're starting to move at ground level. Well, I'm going to look up, everyone. Goodness me, look at that. Whoa, I'm having to sort of really bend back here to get the camera up there. Look at that. I mean, goodness me, isn't it spectacular? I mean, utterly. And a completely unique and extraordinary building in so many ways. Oh, I think they're going out to get themselves some quesadillas. Insurance brokers, no doubt. Okay, let's walk around the Lloyd's building. The view from the other side is also great. Okay, this is Leadenhall Place, of course, because the market, which I've now obviously exited, is behind me. This is the southern exit from Leadenhall Market. That's where you'll find the Lloyd's building. Leadenhall Place. Okay, so in front of me, running left to right, is Lime Street. I know some of you like me to sort of mention the streets and so on individually. It's Lime Street, unremarkable this way at least. Okay, I mean that is strictly true. Again, that's where we were earlier. We walked from Walkie Talkie, where the Sky Garden is. And the reason that the view this way is one of London's most iconic. Look at that. You see, we have the Gherkin peering out. I'm going to move back a teeny bit so that I can really show you guys the most famous side of the Lloyd's building here. Walking back slowly so I didn't bash into anyone. Okay, I'm going to cross over, one moment. Okay, there it is. That gives us a good spot without me needing to worry about people coming along. So there it is, look at that. I sort of liken it to a helter-skelter. It almost looks like something at a fairground, doesn't it? You sort of get on the top and circle your way down. Yeah, that's kind of, if you were to Google it, this is the picture you'd see. It's the view that you get. It's the most famous aspect here on Lime Street over the Lloyd's of London building. Utterly extraordinary, especially against that blue sky. Look at the sky. There isn't a cloud today. The sky is extraordinary. Again, we will get occasional dropouts, everybody. Don't worry. It will resume very quickly. It will be a momentary drop because of the fact that we're among some very, very high buildings right now, as you can all see. It is welcome, Pamela. Yeah, it is. It's a stunning part of the city of London. Absolutely. You've got the old historical buildings with either limestone or similar on one side, just like you've got St Paul's, and then you have these absolutely magnificent. Look at the pipework. As I mentioned when I was, remember earlier this morning, for anyone that was watching the live about an hour and a half ago, when I was at the top of the garden at 120 Fenchurch Street, we were looking down over these pipes, and they look tiny. They look like a little toy. But here, obviously, once we're standing below the Lloyd's building, looking up, you really get an idea of just how spectacular and original it is. It really is an utterly unique building. I can't think of anything else either here in the City of London or, in fact, internationally that even resembles this. A lot of people say it's ugly, it's weird. Why did you put all the pipework on the outside? Hey, they maximised the internal space when they were building this, and that at the time was quite revolutionary because with all of the air conditioning, the air ducts and so on, and everything else outside, of course, it means they've got more floor space inside. Smart move. Put all the supposedly unpleasant parts of the architecture and interior design on the exterior, maximising the floor space, which means obviously they maximise the amount of money they're able to charge because they've got more space, more floor space to let out to paying corporate clients, etc. But there we are. Yeah, last little look over the Lloyd's building. Okay, we're going to walk along Lime Street and have a much closer look at the Gherkin. Again, as you can see, getting very busy now with workers coming out. These are people exiting the Lloyd's of London building here, going out for, I don't know, perhaps a champagne-fueled lunch. I have no idea. I hope the security guy won't come out and be like, "Hey, you, stop." We'll see. Let's. As you can see, I think you can see it just about there on the column to the right. Lloyd's Tower 3. Lloyd's of London. The way that the walkie-talkie dominates the skyline behind, isn't it extraordinary? I'm still at two minds about whether I like the walkie-talkie building more than the Gherkin or not. But if we get much closer, we'll get a better idea of which is actually more interesting. Again, you see, whichever way you turn here in this part between the walkie-talkie and the Gherkin and the Leadenhall building, it's wonderful. There's not a site that isn't interesting or that doesn't draw the eye. Even here, in fact, the way the building curves. At the moment we can't see the Gherkin because this building is curving and slightly obscuring the Gherkin. We'll go around there in a moment. We're going to walk along the building to St Mary Axe. That's where the Gherkin is. Then we're very close to Liverpool Street station. We're not going to Liverpool Street. blue sky today, just to give you all a perspective. So Lloyd's of London, as we've just passed, Liverpool Street and St Mary Axe directly in front. And the way the reflections are from this corporate HQ back onto the street, magnificent. Okay, so here it is. Again, you can see it's peering out. Literally just sort of cheekily peering out around the corner. It's like, hey, you want to come and see me? Don't worry, we're coming. It's the second tower. There are multiple entrance exits into the Lloyd's building. Again, we're going to look over there in a moment. Also a very interesting building. But here we are, and I'm standing on the public highway, so even if security does come out, I'm not going to stop filming. Here it is. To my left, the Gherkin at St Mary Axe. Let's have a closer look. Bing. I mean, just look at it, in the way it pokes out, you know. This is a good spot to see it from because I don't know the name of the church directly in front. I don't know how old the church is, and I don't know if it's significant or not. I mean, I guess it is. You know, it's endured multiple hundred years of history for obvious reasons. We know that. We can see from the architecture and the clock. But the way that it just peers, you know, where the Gherkin just decides to pop up behind that church, isn't it extraordinary? Especially on a day like today. Those reflective diamonds. It's a magnificent building. Yeah, it really is. It is an absolutely glorious building here in the city of London. We pan around again. I don't know which corporate HQs these are, in fact, directly in front. People absolutely streaming out. 52 Lime Street this is apparently. And again, notice there, now we've moved slightly further along Lime Street, we can either have the peaking, kind of very cheeky, thank you, St Helen's Church, very cheeky sort of peaking of the walkie-talkie around the corner. Just like at the other end of Lime Street, we have the Gherkin peaking around the corner. We have another iconic building, as I mentioned before when I was panning. We're going to go across there in a minute. This one is the Leadenhall building directly in front. We'll have a look at that in just a moment. So this main thoroughfare is Leadenhall Street, unsurprisingly. So we went from East Sheep on the other side, right through Leadenhall Market, and we've emerged on Leadenhall Street. Again, other buildings behind. Yes, we have the Gherkin, but we also have other buildings. If I pan around, I don't know those. I'm not familiar with what those buildings are, but they're not as interesting. It's just corporate HQs, maybe law offices, I'm not sure. But the most spectacular, simply because it's one of the highest, and again, I'm being careful here with people walking behind me. The Leadenhall building, just look at it. Look, there's another absolutely magnificent building. Right into the sky. Wonderful. Let's go and have a closer look, again being mindful of security. The second I step over there, I'm on private property. So let's have a peek and see if we're good to film. Aha. Perfect timing. Right. I remember this, in fact, very well from the Christmas walks in the city, actually. Here, this building, Leadenhall Tower, had definitely the most interesting Christmas decorations. It was completely Christmassy-fied, or Christmas-fied. Festified. That glorious Gherkin. I'm going to do a 360 here as well, because you can't go wrong. If I'm keeping the camera up like this, and again, this building, I don't know it. I don't think it's particularly remarkable, but from an architectural standpoint, it's another magnificent building. The height of that spire, etc. Going around, and I'm going to keep the camera up very, very high. Look back against the post so I don't fall backward. I'm going to look super high because again, we've got yet another, and in fact, this some would argue is the most interesting aspect over the Lloyd's building. I'll go up and you can see why. Obviously, we still have those lifts zooming up and down. Look at it, isn't it high? Look, incredible. And the same thing in the other tower. Spectacular, right? Isn't it? I mean, it really is. Okay, yes, the camera's obviously picking up in good quality and so on, but you know, even the way that I need to move my head back, literally to bend myself back sufficiently to you know, to be able to pan the camera to the top, it's enormous. You know, it sort of takes the breath away. Not just the architectural aspect, but you know, the sheer height of the thing. And believe it or not, it's almost exactly as high as that enormous building with the spire next door. Look, they're virtually the same height. British fire engine, for anyone that hasn't seen one, or fire truck, as you would say in North America. Leadenhall building is interesting for many different reasons. You know, they have kind of, I mean, okay, they are quite original, but curious bunch of different items around here. I'm not really sure if I actually really like it or not, to be honest. I'm sort of a little bit, I mean, it's kind of alright. They have a green, I guess that's supposed to symbolise, actually, you know, I'm not even going to guess. They just have sort of a bunch of random modern art installations here. I don't know if these are temporary or permanent, or whether they've been here a long time. I have no clue. I don't remember them, but that doesn't mean to say I didn't overlook them when I was here last time. Again, I'm being very careful. So many city workers walking by. I'm being very careful not to bash the tripod into anyone. Get myself in trouble. But again, you know, interesting colours. Look at the way the light is. Okay, I'm not sure if those are. What are they? I mean, they look like. Actually, I think that that has just been installed. I'm going to go and have a little look. As mentioned, everyone, yeah, this is a Leadenhall building, and it is confirmed right there on the signpost. Isn't it beautiful? Again, we have the gherking there, peeking through. Now slightly obscured by the sunlight. It is, yeah. I mean, it really is. You know, people overlook the city and think, oh, it's boring, it's corporate, blah blah. You know, okay, and yes, in some respects, the city is quite drab, but you know, it's worth it for these. Okay, not only these, we're going to see some other wonderful, amazing sights. This isn't even the beginning, folks. Wait to see what's coming later. You know, this is just a flavour. It's glorious, isn't it? You know, look at the way the light is jumping off of that sculpture. If I were not filming now, I would definitely be taking some pictures. I haven't got a spare hand, sadly, because that's, yeah, I mean, that's absolutely wonderful, isn't it? Those colours, eh? Super. Again, I hope that's really sort of jumping out and exploding onto the screen as much as it looks as it is for me. It's called, the sculpture is called Evanescent, apparently. Can't quite see yet. Evanescent. Does it say Atelier Sisu presents Evanescent? Okay, so it's a temporary installation that's going to be here until the 10th of February. You can walk around it. Let's have a quick look. It's quite a weird thing to look at, actually. I mean, in a good way. The positive meaning of that word. Weird in the sense that, you know, it surprises you. You don't expect it to be here. Curious. It is, isn't it? It's very odd. Evanescent, yeah, apparently. Leadenhall building. Anyone just joining? Leadenhall building. I don't really think there's much point in pinning each individual place we visit, but yeah, this is the Leadenhall building. We're directly beneath it. Again, yeah, people going up back to the office. So I guess they've had their lunch or whatever. Just panning up. See those views all around. And again, the sign is directly behind me, everyone. In case you didn't see it. The Leadenhall building is where I'm standing now, just slightly within the Leadenhall building itself. Looking over those the super. I mean, they're just sparkling. I'm not sure how well the camera's picking up, but I mean, it's amazing. If I can get that in there for the shot. Waking up in a trial with Evanescent, a free, larger-than-life bubble artwork is how they're describing it here. Okay, apparently you're able to walk between the bubbles. I didn't want to walk in there because I wasn't sure that you could, but it does say that you're free to walk within the bubbles. So let's. I'm sure there's nothing, amazing. I don't think we're going to bump into Santa, who's hiding between the bubbles. But oh, there we go. It's a little bit disorientating actually. Walking between the bubbles. Yeah, Evanescent it's called. Actually, it goes back quite far. There, far more than I'd seen when I was at the street end. Isn't that curious and a nice surprise? I had no idea this was here. I've never seen this before. So this is my first time seeing this with all of you on this live. Isn't it quite wonderful, in fact? Especially look at in fact, this aspect is interesting. Look at the reflection. We have the reflection. Sorry, it's not the reflection. What am I talking about? I thought it was the reflection from behind me. It's not. Obviously, it's somewhat see-through, and we can see the Lloyd's building there. The Lloyd's building with that sort of bubble. It's almost like a child had blown a huge bubble. I'm not going to touch it because they might throw me out. I guess it's some sort of high-density industrial fabric, plastic. I don't know. It doesn't say what they're made of. But just panning across, as I mentioned before, the historical aspect. Look beneath the escalators there, and we've got that old church peeking through, ex-100-year-old church, and then appears to this side, and we've got this Evanescent. Extraordinary, isn't it? It is, Angie. Yeah, it really is. It's a pleasant surprise. I often come across interesting things, but I do like anything that is super colourful, or a lot of I always talk about neon. This is why I spend so much time in Chinatown or in Soho. Neon is something that I just like. So you guys love watching London walking videos. I love watching walking videos in Bangkok and in Tokyo because of those absolutely sensational neon views. This is the Leadenhall building. Anyone that's just joining, I'm just going to put the camera in front of it and hold it here for 5 seconds, everyone. Instead of me repeating it, if you want to screenshot it so or to share it with anyone. Yeah, the Leadenhall building.
We've never actually done anything that.
Oh, okay. I already finished though. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I didn't.
No, because the staff, they don't always talk. Artwork's fine.
If I don't tell anyone, I promise you won't. Deal? Thank you so much. You're lovely. Thank you. Guys, we got super lucky. Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard that. You can't film in there without a permit. Bingo. We got super lucky. That was cool. I thought she was going to tell me off, but she was cool. She was like, it's okay. Anyway, so we can't go back in. I'm going to go onto the street. I can film from the public highway, which I'm on now, and they can tell me to. In fact, to be honest, they could even detain me because where I was just a moment ago is private property. Leadenhall building. The moment I step, see, notice the difference. This is where I am right now. My foot right now, as you can all see, look, literally my foot is on the public highway. The second I go there, it's not, and it's on private property. So yeah, that's an interesting distinction in certain parts of London. The majority of outside space here is the public highway. But yeah, as she so kindly mentioned, I can't film in there. But hey, we saw it. How lucky is that? We got to see the whole thing. So I hope you enjoyed it, everyone. That might be the only single tour of Evanescence that that appears. But yeah, there it is. Okay, so the Leadenhall building in all its full glory. Lloyd's building background, boom, up into the sunshine. Okay, onwards and upwards, folks. Let's see what comes up next. You're very welcome. Yeah, I didn't actually have the chance to take any pictures, but I'm recording this for YouTube in 4K, so I can take stills. That's to be honest, that's a huge part of why I like to record it separately for YouTube, because those 4K videos, I can grab stills from them, and they're literally better than taking individual pictures with a dedicated camera. So it worked out quite well. And as you can see, the light. Look at the light today. It's beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful, beautiful light. The sunshine is wonderful. This is looking back the other end. You remember when I was in Leadenhall Market and it was closed? That's the closed aspect of Leadenhall Market. They're obviously doing something in there. And beyond, in the sunshine now, the walkie-talkie is exploding. Look at the reflection from the walkie-talkie. Super, literally. This is Bishopsgate that we're walking along right now. I'm going to avoid going through the tunnel because it's full of people. Okay, it's 1:15 here in London, so 100% most people will be out now having their lunch. It'll be the last time we're looking in this general direction. I don't know the name of that building, I will confess. It is famous, but I don't know the name of it. It's not remarkable for any other reason than the fact that they had at the top, that sort of that greeny looking part, green grey part of the top, is a digital lighting display. And at Christmas they had a massive Christmas tree up there, a digital Christmas tree. It looked great, especially at night. It really was the largest Christmas tree in London. Okay, let's cross over. Let's follow the lunchtime foot traffic. I'm going to walk this way briefly. If I do get lost, it doesn't matter. One of you can help me with directions, because we're walking kind of into the sunshine. Sorry, away from the sunshine. So at the moment we get those absolutely super crystal clear images, blue sky, the architecture, but without the reflection of the sunshine. So walk this way, and then we'll cut through as we're going to walk toward the next destination, which will be an even more spectacular building. I'm sure a lot of you already know which building I'm talking about. I'll try and pan all the way up so you can just see. Oh good lord, one second. In fact, I don't think I'll be able to get up that high. The building in front of me is so high that I don't think the camera's going to reach it. Let's see. It's literally going to need to go over my head, everyone, so I might sort of momentarily disappear. Isn't it extraordinary? Like, utterly extraordinary. I mean, there are there's a lot of traffic here. The reason it doesn't seem very busy is that the road is closed. This is a building site, they're constructing something here. So you see the chap in orange. This part of the road is closed other than to occasional traffic. What a day, eh? Weather is just like, wow. You know, it's just about freezing here in London, but it doesn't feel like it. I can actually literally feel the sun on my back. I'm not exaggerating. Directly in front, we're going to turn in a moment, is Threadneedle Street. Again, a super famous London street. You'll see why, or City of London Street. You know, we have again the contrast between the Palladian columns and so on this side, and you know, there's glass and steel corporate HQs on the other side. And it works, doesn't it? It really does work. They contrast well. We're going to lose this time the sunshine, everyone. Apologies. That's definitely going to be one thing we're going to notice in the city. Certain spots we're going to have amazing sunshine, then the second around the corner we've lost it. Anyway, let's continue along Threadneedle Street. We're walking toward the sunshine, but obviously luckily it's not going to shine in the camera because the buildings are too high. Adams Court, this is called. I don't know what's in there. I don't know why Adams Court is famous or what's beyond those iron gates. I'm not going to wander in because I don't know it. It might well be private. But again, super architecture. I love those wrought iron railings, in fact, and the emblems. It's going to be so much better as I'm walking the cycle. Let me get back on the public highway. It's better. Continue along Threadneedle Street. Right, so it's a gym, in fact, large corporate gym to my right. Everyone's working out in there. school trip, I guess. Lots of happy teenagers. You see the enthusiasm on their face. Hey, we're going to the City of London, said the teacher. Oh no, said the students. Okay, everyone, I wasn't going to tell you, but this is actually my house, at least in my dreams. I can't quite read it. What does it say? London Architecture Medal. Oh yeah, I'll read at the bottom. Royal Institute of British Architects. I don't know what the medal's for. I'm not even sure what this is. 1 second. This is a temporary closed for refurbishment. I can't quite read it actually. Oh, bizarrely enough, it's actually a burger and lobster. They've got this whole historical building. Yeah, look, it's a burger and lobster, complete with complete with hanging ceiling. Burger and lobster. Wow, me think it's something important, but obviously it's not. Okay. That sunshine again is peeking through. Look, I mentioned before, didn't I? There's city lanes. Super. Give you an idea of what I'm seeing as I'm walking here. We're going to cross over and you'll see the reason why in just a moment. What's going to come up next here on Threadneedle Street. Actually wait, let me just check. I'm not sure who this chap is sitting here. Statue. Just a moment, everyone. Plus we need to be on this side of the road anyway. This is Royal Exchange Avenue here. Who's this? Perhaps the Governor of the Bank of England or something. George Peabody. Yeah, I didn't know who George Peabody is or why he's here, but there he is. Looking quite happy, gazing up at the sky. Hello, George. So Royal Exchange buildings directly in front. Again, it's quite Parisian actually, arguably, that view that way. Let's continue. We're still on Threadneedle Street. It's a long street. You'll see why in a moment when we get to the bottom end. Again, I have no idea what this building is that's being refurbished directly in front. But again, another historical building. And the view behind, which we're leaving as we walk further toward, I mean, I wouldn't say the western edge, but I mean fundamentally we are going west within the City of London. That way's east. And we're walking westward. In other words, we're walking the general direction of central London. This is the Royal Exchange. And for anybody who asks, this is absolutely not, 100% not Buckingham Palace, okay? So don't even bother to joke with me about it. even though, wait. Somebody literally just wrote that when I'm saying it. Seriously, I'm nowhere near Big Ben or Buckingham Palace. I'm the complete opposite side of the city. They are very much in the centre geographically of London. We are very much not in the centre geographically. We're in the city of London, as opposed to in London. Okay, let's have a look. This is a curious one, in fact. So as we can see in front, this goes down into Bank Station. Now I'm probably going to look complete full here because I can't remember. Actually, wait, that's the Royal Exchange. Again, you know, open air museum time. You know, look at this. Look, the Palladian columns. The wrought iron statues. This one is, in fact, is almost green. It's been there for so long and hasn't been cleaned. I I don't know who J.H. Greathead is. James Henry Greathead, no idea. Inventor of the travelling shield that made possible the cutting of the tunnels of London's deep-level tube system. Okay, so Mr. Greathead was an engineer. Must confess, I've never heard of him before. Okay, so Royal Exchange Building, as mentioned. Again, absolutely spectacular, stunning architecture. Look at it, look. Magnificent. It doesn't end there. Okay, remove the Union Jack. We could well be standing either in Paris or another European city. It's beautiful. We've got the light, haven't we, there today? We're very lucky. The light on the building. I'm not sure if that's sandstone or limestone. My guess would be limestone, but the way that light is hitting the building. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6. I'm not sure what they represent or what they are. It almost looks like 6 Egyptian something. I can't quite figure it out. It's not the British Museum. The reason I'm hesitating right now is because I don't want to look like an idiot. I'm 99% certain, everybody, that it's the Bank of England. Portland stone, thank you. It had to be one or the other. Could somebody please Google it? It is the Bank of England. I didn't want to say it because all the buildings here look exactly the same. I know the Royal Exchange here, to my right, complete with those absolutely glorious. Look at those bronzes. Yeah, Bank of England. Thank you so much. I often ask because I prefer not to look stupid by saying, hey, that's Buckingham Palace when it's Windsor Castle. So thank you very much for confirming. So I will now state it after your kind assistance, everyone. This is the Bank of England. Yeah, magnificent, isn't it? I mean, to be honest, 360 here is definitely appropriate because there's not a single uninteresting point where we're standing right now. The Bank of England is one thing, but it just continues with those statues and everything else that we can see. It's all just beautiful, magnificent even. Every single part of it along here, Threadneedle Street. I believe that it is. I mean, I believe it's still the Bank of England. I mean, unless somebody wants to correct me and tell me that they moved, as far as I'm concerned, it still is a central bank and it's still functioning as such. As I mentioned, I'm no expert at the geography or indeed the architecture in this part of the city of London. Hence me, having to clarify which type of stone it was. It was going to be limestone, sandstone, or, as one of you kindly pointed out, Portland stone. It's a spectacular building. It doesn't matter which way you look at it. Union Jack is a little floppy today, unfortunately. It's great because today there's no wind, as you can see. I mean, literally, there is not a gust in the air. We have perfect weather, sunshine, blue skies, as you can see, and the way it's casting over that Portland stone, it looks wonderful. So yeah, again, Royal Exchange. Those columns, everyone. Magnificent. Yeah, it's impossible not to be impressed, in fact, with literally every single aspect of what we're seeing right now. It's all amazing. Even looking across this sort of central plaza, and again, apologies if we're getting a little bit of pollution, from the light. The view here over that central plaza is just, it's spectacular. Impossible not to be impressed by this part of London. I mean, really. Isn't it a wonderful thing? Let's carry on. We're now reaching the end of Threadneedle Street. Statue of Wellington here on his horse. Street in front is Cornhill. Cornhill. I guess famous for the Cornhill Exchange, which is that way. We're not going that way. That's going to take us back, or would take us back if we were going that way toward the walkie-talkie, the other end of Gracechurch Street, and then Leadenhall Street. So we're going to continue, walk along the city towards St Paul's, and eventually we will probably, more than likely, way past that, end up on the Strand, Bank Station. I guess that's the clue as to what that building is. Again, you know, from where I'm standing now, a 360, look at this everyone. This really gives an idea of just how spectacular the views are. If we look back across, the building's peering over the Royal Exchange. The peak here. Beautiful. As you can see, this is the absolute end of Threadneedle Street. Lots of work going on here, in fact, actually. This is Lombard Street. I'm just being very mindful of which direction the traffic is coming from. Let's cross over here. Mansion House Place through here, apparently. They do have a Lombard Street. It's another new one to me. I've walked here several times, even recently. In fact, last week I was here, but yeah, I don't even remember Lombard Street, but it's here. I read it on the. In fact, it's there. You guys can see it. Yeah, I didn't know, in fact, there was a Lombard Street, but there very much is. EC3. And interesting enough, look at this. Again, it's so curious how the geography works here with the streets. Okay, so again, if I show you the sign for Lombard Street, and I'll explain why this is curious. So we see the sign up there, okay, for Lombard Street, everyone. And we can see it says Lombard Street EC3, okay? However, if I step 3 steps around the corner, I'm in EC4. I mean, you know, just literally 3 steps, we've gone from EC3 to EC4. Extraordinary, it really is, isn't it? So many ways, in fact. And again, that's the last view here we're going to have behind me, going back across the Royal Exchange. Apologies for the roadworks. Somewhat spoils the picture, but it's still rather wonderful. Okay, so we've finished on Threadneedle Street. We've now reached Mansion House Street. Is directly in front. Again, adjoining this spot stood the Stocks Market, okay? To give you an example of how much history there is around us, look at this, everyone. Okay? 13th century, look at that, 1282, the City of London. 13th century right through to the 18th century. Isn't that extraordinary? That was the original location of the Stocks Market, 1282, 1737. Goodness. In fact, the bars always look like the same colour as the paint on Tower Bridge. Grand lanterns. In front of us we have a place that a lot of you naughty people are going to end up if you don't pay your debts and bills and everything else. City of London Magistrates Court, right there. Again, looking over a church. I don't know the name. Apologies for the light pollution. We're looking directly into the sunshine. I believe that's Queen Victoria Street directly in front. And that's Poultry. Now at this point, and interestingly enough, you know, we just crossed from EC3 into EC4, but already we've left EC4 and we're now in EC2. I mean, how does that work? We just went from EC3 to 4, and now Mansion House Street across is EC2. I'm going to pause for a moment, everyone, and apologies if you're watching this on YouTube. And the reason I'm going to pause is I'm not entirely sure whether we should walk along Poultry or Queen Victoria Street. Instinctively, from memory, I think we need to go along Queen Victoria Street, but I'm just going to double check. There's no point in us going massively out of the way if we don't need to. So just a moment, everybody. Okay, yeah, in fact we are going to head along Poultry. It's going to be easier than cutting across and going northward again. Okay, glad I checked, otherwise it would have taken you guys in the wrong... Oh, you and me, all of us in the wrong direction. Okay, so let's go along Poultry. This is EC2. Again, I like the streets that have a single name. Poultry. More of that super Portland stone. That's better. Finally, we lost the sun again very briefly. In fact, it's not reflecting massively like it was before. The little street off here is called Grocers Hall Court. Just waiting to see what's down there. Probably not a lot, but obviously it was at some point significant. Grocers Hall Court. Perhaps entrance to some sort of market originally. I don't know it. There are too many of these streets. This one is called Bucklersbury Passage, for example. How curious is that? I didn't even know what Bucklersbury. I didn't even actually come across that word ever before in the English language. So this is educational for me. The other one, this side, is called... Wait, this one's even more bizarre. This street, in fact, is called Old Jewry. Old Jewry, EC2. Old Jewry. Very peculiar street names they have here, in fact. I'm sure numerous people have written an entire book about the history of street naming in the City of London in the last 800 odd years. So anybody that might be fortunate enough to be watching this video
I haven't got my card.
in the next century, welcome. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, this is what London used to look like 100 years ago. This is 2023 in the City of London, so if you're joining us from 3050 or beyond, then welcome. Strange thing to think about that, isn't it? But we don't know, do we? We have no idea. The way technology is moving, everything is going to be stored forever. Cheapside. It's not. We're heading towards London's most famous cathedral very soon. You probably know which one I'm talking about. That's why I wanted to be sure I was going the right way. This is Queen Street, and again notice that although I'm on EC2 right now, Cheapside as it's called, the street going down there, Queen Street, heading toward the river, again is in EC4. So it's clearly sectioned north to south. Southern aspect here of the City of London is EC4. We're in the middle, EC2, and back there, part of it at least, is EC3. I mean, you literally need to have an enormous brain capacity to memorise all of these streets and the differing postcodes. I don't know, you must excuse me everyone, this is King Street. The building, that historical building then looks quite wonderful, but I don't know what it is.
Yes, it's not for lies.
Still walking here along Cheapside. Another cute name there, we've got Honey Lane on the right, Honey Lane. And a more interesting one actually on the other side. This small passage, in fact. It's interesting enough for me to briefly see what it is. Second, just for my own sake. People queuing, I guess, for lunch. Again, excuse the pollution from the sunshine. Bow Lane. So again, I've crossed over into EC4. This is Bow Lane, in fact. It's very, very, very small. but interesting nonetheless. Bow Lane. Okay, let's continue. Good morning, welcome everybody. Sheepside just means marketplace. Thank you, I didn't actually know that, Ray. Thank you for sharing that with us. I had no idea. It's interesting, in fact, how much stuff I learn on these walks as well, literally as we go. Bow Churchyard here. St Mary le Bow Church, apparently, according to the plaque on the wall. The weather really is absolutely perfect today. It's wonderful here in London. And you can see not everybody is wearing a woolly hat, etc. This one is Bread Street, curiously enough. If you can read it, Bread Street. And the other one this side is Wood Street. It's a very this part of the City of London. Not only is it one of the safest parts of all of England, it's incredibly safe. Everywhere we've seen today is fundamentally under the purview of the City of London Corporation. So it's one enormous private estate fundamentally. Yes, we have the public highway, but it's effectively a city within a city. The City of London is entirely separate from the rest of London as a city itself, for curious historical reasons. Okay, let's continue to the end here. As you can see, it's now getting very, very busy with people coming out to eat and so on. Oh, I recognise where we are actually. We went past it the other day. One New Change, this is called. The walk through anyway. We have Gutter Lane there on the right. Gutter Lane. This taxi driver rather thoughtfully decided to buy himself a super memorable plate. T19 cab. Good job. Okay, we're literally about to emerge at chaos right now. I'm being a little cautious with my panning. Some of you will already know why. And I'm keeping the camera this way so that I don't surprise you with what's the other way in just a moment. Get ready for it. So let's just enjoy these views along New Change for a moment until we get to where we're going to be briefly stopping, etc. shortly. I'm trying not to film the sign so you don't know where we are. As you're running past it, the guy's looking at me like, are you stupid or what? I mean, actually, yeah, perhaps I am. Okay, so in fact, you know what? I'm not even going to mention the names of the streets where I am now. You're all going to have to wait a moment and you'll see why. Hey, don't spoil the surprise for anyone who doesn't know where we are. But yeah, I mean, a lot of you already know, so it's not going to hurt, I guess. That's where we are now, but we're going to the most interesting side. This side, in fact, along the island railings, is not the best side. So trust me when I say, hold on just a moment or two, guys, and you'll see what I'm going toward and why I'm going there. In fact. Yeah, sorry, I do tend to get a little carried away sometimes with my enjoyment of of the architecture here. One second, I've just noticed Cannon Alley Paternoster House. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was wondering if that was another place. It's not. Let's continue. Busy city workers everywhere. Almost looks like they're going to keep smashing into... Oh, here it is. One second. I think, wait, on Paternoster Square is St Paul's Churchyard. Anybody that's watching, you know the TV programme we have here in the UK called First Dates? Is that not filmed at the restaurant on Paternoster Square? I might be mistaken. Anyway, enough of that. Let's pan around. Don't get excited, folks. This is the least impressive side, okay? So that's one of the entrances into St Paul's Cathedral. Typical day brown girl, around 15,000. I think the longest walk so far has been 20,000. That was last Sunday. I know they moved it. Yeah, I thought it was at Paternoster Square when it was sort of, when it was interesting to watch, before it became all about, Fred Seria, etc. Okay, I'm walking around this way because not only are we going to have the sun on the right side, but obviously now slightly obscured by the sun, we've got the shady side here. But this is the least impressive side of St Paul's for many reasons. You'll see why in a minute when we go around. Okay, I'm going to pan because obviously we have views of the dome, but it gets a lot better. This is sort of 6.5 out of 10. Paternoster Chop House, indeed. In London right now, it's 1:46 in the afternoon. 13:46. Okay, let's continue. And again, we have these beautiful old buildings. Look at this along the side here. I'm glad it's immersive, Annie. That's why I enjoy doing this. I'm glad that you guys are enjoying this. In fact, also this gateway, this archway is one I haven't actually walked through before. Not that I remember, anyway. I'm guessing this goes on to... Yeah, it does, in fact. It goes on to Paternoster Square. We're not going to go through because there's nothing particularly interesting. But, we're now catching... I'm going to pause very briefly to get that into frame. We're now catching the sunlight wonderfully on the stone. I've centred that there. Look at that, guys. Isn't it super? Lovely, in fact. Blue sky above. Wow. Yeah, it really is a great day. That's why I love being outside when we have the sunshine. These I wouldn't quite say, I mean, yes, it's winter, I guess, fundamentally. We're still in the season of winter, but it doesn't feel particularly wintry, even though it's around 0 degrees. So we're just walking along the edge here, and then we'll get to the right side, inverted commas, right side, as it were. I'll turn around and we'll have a very good look at St Paul's all the way around. Not quite a 360, but maybe a 180 or a 270. So we're still on St Paul's Churchyard. That will finish in a moment, and we will head around. To give everyone an idea of where we are, geographically speaking, at least. Okay, so let's begin. Get ready, folks. I'm going to do it very, very slowly, in fact, with the walk from this point, because it's where it starts to get very interesting and very beautiful. We saw all those modern buildings an hour and a half ago. We were at the top of at the top of 120 Fenchurch Street, enjoying those views over the city. And you remember, everyone that watched the live this morning, when we were up at the top of 120 Fenchurch Street at the Garden, when we looked across eastward over the city, westward, westward, looking toward the city of London. St Paul's was this tiny little toy dome on the horizon. It seemed so far away, so distant, and yet here it is. It's right in front of us. We made it, and it does look rather wonderful, doesn't it? Especially at this corner, in fact, with the clock, it's very much catching the light there beautifully. Magnificent. As I always say, we're walking through the world's largest open-air museum right now. We're right in front of the steps up into the cathedral, and those magnificent doors. Look at those, the size of those doors. And the pigeons, of course. Too many people like to feed the pigeons here in St Paul's churchyard. It's okay, don't worry, I promise. Sorry, it's the girl that got in the frame. She just thought she was spoiling the view. I was going to say to her that she improved the view, but I don't want to make her blush. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Super. Yeah, the detail, you know, I'm not even up the steps. I'm not going to go up the steps. This is obviously one of the entrances here with the security and the bag searches. But yeah, I mean, it's extraordinary. You know, the intricacy of the architecture here, even from this distance, is, you know, you could spend a couple of hours here. If you just look beyond the columns, in fact, even to the ceilings, you know, they're just the degree, the level of craftsmanship, bearing in mind the tools they had when they were constructing this, and every single square inch of it was tapped out manually by somebody with a hand tool. You know, just, it's extraordinary, isn't it? I mean, it almost defies belief. We're going to continue around. There's so much more St Paul's to see. Again, this is looking back over the monument here in the centre. We're going to go right around to the other side of St Paul's. You know, majestic as this view is, there is a better one, everyone, which we'll see in just a moment. But so many people like taking selfies, like kind of with cups of coffee, you know, trying to get the perfect selfie outside St Paul's. It's quite funny. I tried to avoid them. I don't know if you guys saw some of them. Okay, we're getting much closer to what is my personal favourite view of the cathedral. Oh, everybody, one second. I think we've encountered something quite wonderful and unique here. I think we have a Chinese couple that have just gotten married, everybody. And they're having their pictures taken. Look at this. How beautiful. How beautiful. What a moment. That is lovely. I'm going to be quiet out of respect. That is quite beautiful. I can see the bride, beautiful as she is in her dress, I can see she's shivering. Obviously they're doing their best for the pictures, but you know, it's 0 degrees and her shoulders and her entire upper body is completely exposed. I'm not in their shot, no, I'm being cautious. I'm going to move along. You're very much welcome. Congratulations, guys, beautiful. Congratulations. I want to get out of their way and let them enjoy their moment. We're not here to intrude. Beautiful. Bride looks spectacularly beautiful. Luckily, like a gent, her husband has her jacket. I bet she needs it. She must be freezing. Goodness me. Wow, what a moment. We just came around the corner when they're just taking the pictures. That's why I love doing this. That was incredibly fortunate. You wouldn't have believed it, would you? What a wonderful moment to capture. Beauty, true beauty, right there. And they look so happy, in fact, and in love. I said they haven't got my ugly face in their wedding pictures. Okay, let's cross over and we'll have the finest views of the cathedral. Of course, it's a post-wedding photo shoot. It's very popular, in fact. You see a lot of Chinese people doing that in Trafalgar Square, doing it on Whitehall or around Big Ben. Very popular. You know, it's a wonderful thing. Obviously, you know, whether they're married or not, we don't know, but it doesn't hurt to wish them congratulations, just in case they are. If they're not married, then I'm congratulating them on how wonderful they look. So either way, you know, congratulations are appropriate. Okay, I'm about to pan round to the quintessential London view here. Actually, we've even got a red bus. Look, I mean, there we are. How London is that, everyone? That's like a picture postcard London view right there, complete with a red bus right in the centre of the frame outside the cathedral. I'm actually trying not to bash into anyone. A second, let's get right the way back here. There we are. Complete with the London red bus. Quickly, screenshot it, everyone. The bus is about to move. Quick. I mean, literally. Thank you very much, Agatha Christie. Thank you. That's it. Let's get right up there and have a good look at the dome at the top against an absolutely crystal clear, magnificent sky here in central London today. I'm just going to focus a moment, everybody, and pop this down on a tripod to get some very clear shots, both for you guys and also for the YouTube 4K, because this is a great spot. It's literally one of my favourite spots in the whole of London right here, right now. Let's get that absolutely centre in the frame. I'm going to pan a little bit down so that we've got all of it perfectly on both cameras for later, for anyone watching later on YouTube. I do like to try and get it as spot on as possible. I think we've pretty much got it as central as we're going to from this point on both cameras. Yeah, this is my personal favourite. You know, there's something even more wonderful coming up. This is just one of the highlights of the things we're seeing today. We've seen a lot, but this is just one. We have some other great things coming up very, very soon. This building, Abir, is St Paul's Cathedral here in London. And we're about to have the tourist bus go by. The moment we sat down, literally, look, it's going to go by in the middle of the frame. Nice timing. Big Bus London. Then a fire truck. I guess we just need the police to go by now for, you know, the complete London experience. I'm not sure 100% if there. I seem to remember that we walked past a cherry tree lane earlier on. I could be mistaken. Don't quote me on it, everybody. I'm actually right now. Thank you for the comments. I'm literally at this moment. If you could see me, I'm actually on my knees, everybody. They're like these pieces of granite that they have here. I'm on my knees. I very rarely get on my knees for anyone, but I'm on my knees for you guys, getting these super pictures over live and the pictures, in fact, over the magnificence of St Paul's Cathedral. And isn't it wonderful? That sky today, eh? It's spot on. I kind of hope we would get this when I headed out this morning. I know about. That's another one that I'm going to do at some point. One new change, it takes you literally directly. You can see this view almost exactly the same. It takes you to the same height as the dome. It's the last one. I don't know if you saw it this morning. A few days ago I did Sky Garden. This morning's live. This is the second live today. This morning's first live at 10 o'clock was at the top of 120 Fenchurch Street from the garden. So this is number 2 of the lives today. So yes, 100%. I have that firmly in mind. It's definitely coming up, I promise. Because I've been told many times I need to have a look at that, and even from the pictures I've seen, it does look quite wonderful. Yeah, this is my current favourite spot. Also, oh wow, everyone! If you remember, like an hour ago or something, I can't remember how long ago it was. We saw that chap who gave me the food on the street. Rather kindly gave me that food. I just felt that food in my pocket. What did he give me? He gave me cinnamon healthy cereal balls. Remember that guy with the elite. This is not a plug, by the way. I'm just waving it. Not a plug. Never heard of it before. He was on the street and he gave us these. Can I enter it? It's a cathedral. This is probably the world's single most famous cathedral. You can enter it, on the other side. People can go in, but you can't film inside. Let's be silent for the bells. So I'm now on my knees opposite St Paul's Cathedral eating cereal balls for all of you. It is. Let's listen to the wonderful, beautiful bells. There we have it. Super. I mean, like, truly magnificent. Pretty good, actually. That's one thing, actually, you do notice in London a lot. No, don't worry, Barbara, it's not over yet, I promise. We're barely getting started. Lots more to see. You'll see. Thank you, Liam. Breakfast time. Breakfast balls I'm eating right now. Don't worry. In the next 60 seconds, we'll be moving again. I promise. Very much a late breakfast, early lunch rolled into one. You know what? They're not very tasty at all, actually. I do have strong knees. Literally, I swear people think I'm here to do the gardening. If any of you are walking past now, please don't take a picture of me on my knees. I'm very far at this moment from Chelsea SW3. Again, apologies for anyone that's watching on YouTube at this point. I'm on my knees opposite St Paul's, having a late breakfast during this live. But in a moment we're moving. I am praying secretly. You're right. I've got a prayer mat. I'm just saying, dear Lord, please bless London City Walks. Yep, St Paul's and Notre Dame, very much so, 100%. Okay, that's it. Breakfast done. Slightly yeah, I mean, it is a teeny weeny bit compromising. Luckily, nobody has come over to me and propositioned me, so it's all good. Let me make sure I've got everything. Gloves, yep, got gloves. Got power, got everything. We're looking good. I am going to plug in the phone while we're here. Let me take that opportunity to plug in the phone, so we're super covered from every power aspect as well. We're definitely looking good power-wise today. Okay. Oh god, those annoying, horrible cereal balls. Oh yuck, they made my fingers brown. Disgusting. Anybody watching, don't eat those cereal balls. Horrible, yuck. Okay, let's move. Let's get going. Just going to double check we're okay with data and power, folks, for the live feed. Yep, looking good. I think we're going to be fine. Looking very good, actually. Just going to make sure for anyone that in fact, I completely forgot about this since we started. Anybody that hasn't yet subscribed to YouTube, please do, guys. Free. It will always be free. Massively helps me. Going for that elusive 1,000. YouTube channel's at 915 right now. Our goal 2 days ago was to get to 1,000 by this Sunday. So we're going to get moving again. But anyone that hasn't yet hit that subscribe button, link is in the TikTok on the TikTok page. Sorry, click the little Insta button, and then it'll give you the option of going to Insta and or YouTube, and hit those subscribe buttons, please, everyone. It helps me massively. Just to confirm, it doesn't help me financially. I don't earn from it. It's not about that. The second I get to 1,000 on YouTube, bingo, I've got access to the creator tools and YouTube's phone number. So help me, guys, push it to 1,000, please, if we can, either today or tomorrow or the day after. Thank you very much. Thank you, much appreciated. Okay, we're going to somewhere that a lot of you might not have seen before, but in some ways is equally spectacular. Okay, wait and see what's coming up. That was great, as you all know, but we've got something even more amazing coming up. I'm just going to give you one last shot. That's sort of the final, not of the chap in his very, very fetching, voluminous orange and black ski jacket, but yeah, that's the best shot to get the entire dome in the frame, and it just about fits there, doesn't it? Literally just, and it looks super. Okay, I'm always careful here because there's a set of steps. In fact, there's a series of steps. This is why I was being careful when I was walking backwards before. You can see all the steps here. You could easily sort of end up falling over. But we're good. In fact, I always prefer to walk down the ramp just in case. I haven't yet had an accident on live. You didn't see it. Anyone that's joining now missed the first live this morning. As I was setting everything up, I accidentally knocked the tripod over into the water feature when we were at the garden at 120 Fenchurch. The security were not happy. It was an accident, a complete accident. Luckily the camera wasn't on the tripod. But yeah, I knocked the tripod into the water feature. It got completely drenched. Interesting enough, I haven't noticed this before. We're obviously still in the City of London, about to go past the City of London School, in fact. This, curiously enough, this is Knight Rider Court. What an odd name for a street, eh? Knight Rider Court. Very odd name for a street. I'm just looking around to see if we can see Kit or Michael anywhere. Knight Rider Court. Yes, yeah, Elizabeth. Yeah, the Canary Wharf, massive. In fact, one of my favourite videos on YouTube channel is a Canary Wharf walk. In fact, I not only go around the whole of Canary Wharf and all the buildings, but I also go right down the river as well at Canary Wharf. That's one of my favourite 4K walks. That's on the YouTube channel. It will be done again very soon, actually, 100%. I will be. Want to have a look?
Can I disturb you?
You
I
can
do
disturb it.
I do a bit of filming. Where is this from? It's an amazing bit of kit.
Do you want to hold it? It's very light. I can hold it with one hand.
Oh, really?
I mean, look, it weighs nothing.
Oh, yeah. And it keeps it really still.
Very. Yeah, so this is TikTok Live, by the way.
Oh, okay.
The other one is 4K for YouTube, so
Okay.
it kind of does them both at once.
Wow. And
Yeah.
this is a... okay.
Yeah, DJI gimbal, just keeping the camera stable.
Okay, do you mind if I take a picture?
Go ahead. No, my pleasure. No problem at all. Just a moment, everybody. I'm just speaking with somebody on the street. No, it's
Sorry.
no.
Sorry,
Don't worry. I
do
always stop and talk to people. It's a pleasure. Are you camera shy or camera friendly?
Camera friendly. I can say hello.
Come and say hello to everybody. This
Okay.
lovely chap has just stopped to take a picture and check the weight of my kit.
Hello. Hi everyone. Thank you very much. Sorry to disturb your session. But it just seemed like an interesting piece of kit. Thank you.
You're very kind. My pleasure.
Cheers. Good luck.
You're thinking about doing it yourself, the same kind of thing?
Yeah. I mean, where did you get it from?
I think most of it, Amazon, I think primarily.
Okay.
Yeah. Not that expensive overall. I think the total of everything in front of you is about, I don't know, under 2,000, put it that way. So not,
Okay.
not just cheap, but at the same time not ridiculously expensive.
Brilliant.
Semi-pro, does the job.
Yeah. Brilliant.
People are happy.
Yeah.
Nice to
great.
meet you.
Likewise.
Thank you. Okay, everybody. So we're heading now toward another spectacular, interesting site. We might have a little bit of a problem with the sunshine, but don't worry. If we do, we can walk back, so the sunshine will be past us. Very nice of him to say hello to everybody. Love it when people are happy to say hello. In fact, because that way you kind of get more of an idea of who I've been speaking to. Okay, so here we are, directly in front. When we go across here, oh, look at that! Love it when that happens. I mean, sometimes we get into a place and like magic, the lights go bing, 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 and change straight to green. Extraordinary. It's important to be polite, you know. I'd speak to people as I would hope they would speak to me. We're on Peters Hill, as you can see, EC4. City of London School. With a rather splendid crest. Welcome. Hey, Montana and Michigan, one after another. We just need somebody from Minnesota as well now. Come on, let's see if we can do all of the M's. Every state in the US that begins with an M. Montana, Mississippi, Montana, Michigan, Minnesota. Give me some other ones, guys. It is. City of London School is a very well-known school, and for good reasons. It's a very good school. How much to go there? Probably a lot. Massachusetts. Are you joining us from Harvard? Missouri, Atlanta, welcome. Massachusetts. Good job, guys, with the US states beginning with M. Thank you very much for everyone that's subscribing to the YouTube. Thank you. Again, YouTube is free. It will always be free. And every single thing that we watch on these lives from now on is being separately recorded, as I mentioned to the chap, in 4K on the second camera that I'm carrying here on the tripod. So I always prefer to... One moment. Building site. I always prefer to direct people to YouTube because, you know, a much better video quality. TikTok doesn't support 4K. Okay, everybody, remember how small the Shard looked earlier on? Doesn't look so small anymore, does it? Indeed, the Millennium Bridge. welcome Uganda and Malaysia, welcome if you're joining right now. I'm not sure what this is or what they're building, but as you can see, it's a vast. It's around 0 here in London, but I've got proper clothing, so everything's good. Oh, there it is. Look, we've got St Paul's right behind us. Now it looks so small, doesn't it? Miami. We're getting a lot of M's from the US. Welcome if you're joining from South Africa. Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, it's either going to be corporate or apartments. I mean, you know, we are right. There are actually people that are down. They're not going to go down because the steps are very steep. You can see this lady, this girl has walked down the steps there, literally onto the bank of the Thames. You know, that's actually quite a view, isn't it? You know, we have perfectly clear weather today. So we've got the Shard up there in the corner, and now we haven't got the building site. We've got literally people right next to the water, down there on the Thames. To be honest, I'm not even sure. Oh, actually, wait, there's a separate. Oh, they've closed it. There's a separate entrance there. See where that red barrier is going down. Obviously, there's another one at the other end. I don't normally go right down to the water anyway. One, because it's freezing. Second, there's no point. It's better to look at it from up here, especially when we've got that view of the Shard. Does it look just super? Yeah, St Paul's. Welcome from the Philippines. Welcome. Little peek of Tower Bridge. Yeah, don't worry. We're going to get that fully in the frame, 100%. So much to see, in fact, from the Leadenhall Bridge here. But as you can see, in fact, as we're walking across, it is absolutely. Sorry, people were pushing past massively just now. That's why I stopped for a moment. Okay, let's start from the other side, the least interesting side. This is looking westward. Okay, so let's start from the St Paul's view directly behind me. Okay, so we've got St Paul's, then we're going over the City of London School. The reason I say it's the least interesting is when we look westward here, there isn't an awful lot on the skyline. There really isn't, you know, which is surprising. We're looking towards central London right now, and you can see the skyline is still comparatively uninteresting, you know, certainly compared to the other way. I'll pan it around the other way in a second when we get to the middle of the bridge. That way we should have completely uninterrupted views. Yeah, it's not terribly interesting this way. We have a couple of buildings there. They're residential. I think one is corporate, one's residential. Not particularly interesting. Tate Modern, it's obviously interesting. Apologies for the sunshine. I can't avoid that, everyone. That's a Tate Modern directly in front, as you can see. And again, I know we're going to get a bit of glare from the sunshine. This is why in a second I will pan back to the interesting eastward aspect here toward Tower Bridge. Here we are. So roughly speaking, in the middle of the bridge now. Definitely the best spot to stop. Also notice, still occasionally, you don't see many of them, but you've got some of those locks, the love locks. There's still a few of them that are left here. Not very many, because they get removed pretty quickly, but I think somebody probably put that there. It's not weathered at all, actually. It was probably put there last night. Time here now is just after 2 p.m. It's 14:12 in the afternoon here in London. So I'm just going to sort of rest against the edge here, make sure we get it all in. So yeah, we have obviously Tower Bridge in the centre of the frame. And again, if we pan back, everyone, remember when we started off this morning, roughly 2 hours ago or so we started, I think, this live, second live of the day. But as you can see, we were over there. You see, we were standing at the bottom of those buildings. Remember, we've got the Leadenhall Tower there, and then we've got the walkie-talkie and Sky Garden, etc. We were standing right at the bottom of it, and we now have them in the distance. You know, they are now. This is what I love, the fact that they now look like the small, tiny buildings that are so far away. Whereas when we were there, remember earlier on, and we were thinking to ourselves, my goodness, you know, when we were at the top of 120 Fenchurch this morning in that first live, all of this, the Shard, the bridges, tower, all of it looked tiny, looked minuscule. But now we look back across to the city, and it just looks like a little toy, doesn't it? Walkie-talkie building looks like, you know, insignificant. Even though that is probably the single, other than the Gherkin, the most dominating building on the skyline in the city. We can't see from this point. I'm not going to pan at the moment because there's a school trip with little kids going by, so let's wait for them to finish. I'll be quiet for a second. Like a massive, it's massive amount of, from behind it's fine, when we can't see, look, massive number of school kids going across to St Paul's. Wow. Sorry, I'll be quiet until they've all passed. There's so many of them. Oh, that's it. Well done, guys. Imagine the whole troop of like 200 school kids. Thank you very much for whoever just answered the question. Yeah, this is the Millennium Bridge. It's a footbridge. Okay, footbridge only. I'm roughly in the middle of it now. I'm looking southbound toward Tate Gallery, Tate Modern. Also over there, as I think I pointed out, I was actually on this bridge the other night. In fact, I think it was Sunday night. when we did the walk from Tower Hill to Westminster. We were here very late, well, not very late at night, we were here after dark, and obviously it looks completely different after dark. In the centre of the frame there, if you look everyone, it looks like very small. I know that's Shakespeare's Globe Theatre. Yeah, right there. Yeah, little kids chatting. I can't see any birds at all actually. I've got quite a few people. I don't know what the people are looking for. They seem to be sort of foraging on the shore for something or other. Very much so. But yeah, that's Shakespeare's Globe Theatre there. What we're not going to do, because we don't need to, we're going to go in a very different direction. I promise it's more interesting. We're not going to cross over to the south side of the river, okay, for two reasons. One, I did that already on Sunday, and the whole entire thing was recorded. It's already on YouTube. It's the 12 Bridges walk from Tower of London, Tower Bridge to Trafalgar Square via Big Ben and Parliament Square. So that's already been done, literally just 2 or 3 days ago. So the reason we're going to stay on this side, okay, is that I have a few more interesting things to show you. We're going to continue the walk through the City of London until eventually the City of London will become the legal quarter, the legal district. And we'll see, for example, the High Court of Justice. We'll see the Supreme Court. We'll hopefully see Temple, and then eventually we'll end up at the Strand in central London. After that, we'll figure it out. But that's the plan anyway, for anyone that's wondering. There's no point in retracing the steps from the last video. That 5-hour walk on Sunday is already on YouTube. I think it's the second newest video. And in fact, yeah, it's the second newest video. The title's something like, I don't know, Tower Bridge or Tower Hill to Trafalgar Square. I can't remember, but it's there. It's on YouTube. I already put it up there the day before yesterday. And we also have Sunday night's walk through Chinatown on YouTube as well. So it's all there. So that's just for anyone that was waiting for me to cross over. Again, we're not going to cross to the south bank. There's nothing that requires our attention on the south side. It's much more interesting on the south side after dark when you have the lights, okay? And you can see a lot of people are walking across the bridge heading south simply because, of course, it's the Tate Modern. So you get massive groups of students or school kids here going across to the south bank for the Tate Modern. Plus, look at the difference. If I pan back again, look at how much light pollution we have from the sun. It kind of destroys the image, doesn't it? Then if we go back, zoom around past the Shard, back to St Paul's, look at those. Look at those skies. That's the way we want to be looking and walking, isn't it? Today, we want to be walking against the sun, not into it. So let's carry this way. It's a super, 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 super beautiful aspect this way. So we're going to walk up. We're going to go left past St Paul's, and we're going to head on down to what will become both this sort of traditional journalistic quarter, in other words, Fleet Street, and the legal district, which will end up taking us to the Strand. At that point, I'm not sure where we will go next. We have a couple of choices. I'll think about it when we get there. Energy levels permitting, everybody. Anyway, so let's carry on walking into that glorious light. Great job, everybody, with the likes and the follows and everything else. So it's really it's ramping up super fast, like beyond my expectations. Again, if anybody needs to leave this or is enjoying it but can't watch all of it, don't worry. It will be encoded and up on my YouTube channel. Realistically, either late tonight or early tomorrow. It'll be there in the next 24 hours or so. Yeah, I mean, a massive number of people. It's still very early here. It's only just before 2:20 here in London. As you can see, the skies are perfect blue. There's not a cloud anywhere. So we've got another 1 to 2 hours, I would guess, of very good light today. Hello, Charlotte. The link is on my TikTok profile. Don't search for it. Just click the link. Click the Instagram button on my TikTok profile, and then you'll see the links for YouTube and Insta. Thank you, guys. Thanks, mods. That sky, the way over St Paul's, I mean, is absolutely crystal clear. There's not a single cloud. Doesn't even look real, does it? Thank you. And remember, everybody, remember when when was it? When we did the long walk from Tower Bridge, it was at this exact point when we met those Colombian guys for the second time. For anybody who didn't see the live on Sunday, we met some Colombian guys and we couldn't really have a chat with them because they didn't speak English. I don't speak Spanish. Anyway, so we left it. They were like hello to the camera and stuff. and that was really, really far away from here. It was over near Tower Bridge. 2 hours later, we got to this exact spot, crossed the road, and they recognised me and they stopped me again. They're like, "Hi." Seriously, the same guys. It's all there in the video from Sunday. It's just weird how that can happen sometimes. Freaky coincidence. Okay, this, I can't remember what this is. Not terribly old, 1956 over the gate. Also, I'm not entirely sure. If somebody wants to look, I can't remember whether or not, I know the direction that we need to walk, but I can't remember if it's more interesting to walk here, that way, and to me it doesn't look like it, or go up to St Paul's and turn left. I think instinctively St Paul's and turn left. It must be more interesting. Actually, wait, you know what? Sorry everybody, we have to go somewhere else first. Can you see what that is over there? Can anybody guess what we're looking at right now across the street? Not the guy on his motorbike. Can you guess what is that? It's 2:20. I spy coffee. 1 second, everyone. Don't worry, the live is not going to get paused or ended. I often pop in to grab a quick hot drink while we're on the move, and I've just spotted this Pret, and you know what? I can't resist. So I'm not going to film the people that work here, but I'm going to keep the live on while I grab my drink. Just a second, everybody. Just open the app. 1 moment. Yeah, free. In fact, if you've got like a Pret subscription, a lot of people have that in London here because you get like five drinks a day, etc. with the subscription. So just a moment, everybody. I'll be right back with you. Apologies if you're watching this on YouTube. Hey, can I please get a cocoa hot chocolate to go? Thank you. Oh, sorry, I do. Yeah. This one. All good? Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, guys, just going to wait a second while they prepare the drink for me. Just a Pret. I'm not in here to sponsor Pret, I promise. I'm just going to leave the camera focusing on a brick wall so that we don't breach anyone's privacy. Again, we're private property, so it's better to be respectful. Connection's still good. We're not going to lose connection. Again, apologies if you're watching this on YouTube, but hey, you know, it is what it is. It's only going to be a brief stop of probably 60 seconds. This anyone that's wondering is what a Pret a Manger looks like here in London. Free water as well, by the way. The water fountains. In the naughty, temporarily consigned to the naughty corner. Don't worry, that's why I'm focusing on the door now, because that's where we're going next. I'm just going to double check the route on the other phone while I wait for the drink. I'm pretty sure I know where we're going next anyway. Thank you, it's very kind of you. Thank you so much. 1 second, guys. I'm just looking at the map and then we'll head off. Got the drink already. Bingo, there we are. One new change, City of London. John Soane Museum, 1 moment. Yeah, I was right. We need to head up towards St Paul's. That's it, yeah. We need to head up to St Paul's. Yeah, past the Chop House. Yeah, okay, perfect. Everything's good, guys. I know where we're going. 1 second. Okay, good to go. There it is, look. Boom. Thank you for your patience, everyone. That's what I was thinking, yeah, Ludgate Hill. I'm always confused actually about whether it's good to walk straight along here, but no, fundamentally I want Chancery Lane. So we need to go back, don't we, up past St Paul's and then take a left. As mentioned, my intimate geography of the City of London is not super. It's passable, shall we say, as you guys have probably seen today. So I've got a tripod in one hand, a cup of hot chocolate in the other, like a complete idiot, but you know what? Who cares? Let's get back up those steps to St Paul's, briefly pause at St Paul's again, and then we'll head on in towards Chancery Lane and the legal district. There it is for anybody that just joined and didn't see it before. The light's still spot on, isn't it? Thank you. Yes, that's exactly what I want to head toward. Old Bailey and then Temple. Well, not actually Temple itself. I mean, you know, the area where we can have a look at Inner Court and Temple Church and so on. So yeah, thank you. That's exactly where I want to be heading. We're going to pause very briefly at the top here again. I'm going to put this down because I need two hands when I'm doing this. So I'm going to drink the hot chocolate, talk with you guys, answer questions, and then we'll move on again. Plenty of time, plenty of power. It's all good. This time I can sit down properly instead of getting on my knees for you guys. I think my arm is just going to make it to the top here. Both hands full. If anyone robs me now, they're going to be able to get whatever they want, so I've got no spare hands. Oh, in fact, I've seen a great place to stop actually. 1 second, there are some seats over here. A warm welcome to the City of London. I should rename it City of London Walks. Actually, this is quite a good spot. 1 second, everybody. Let me plunk this down and focus it in a very good spot overlooking a cathedral. Okay, that's not so bad. Again, apologies if you're watching this on YouTube. It's very brief break time. Welcome if you're joining from Thailand. I don't know if there's a Swiss hotel closest to Temple Station. I don't know Temple Station terribly well. It's right on the river, I can tell you that. Literally when you come out of Temple Tube Station, you're on the river. 1 second. Yeah, power's good, reception's good. Everything is looking great, guys. The conditions here, lighting-wise and power-wise, are in our favour today. Let me sort of slightly refocus that a teeny bit. There we go. That's about as central, I think, as we're going to get the dome. Welcome if you're joining from Florida. Hi, everybody. Don't worry, anyone that's joining... Hi Kat, welcome. Anyone that's joining, please don't worry. We will be moving in very, very, very soon. Just having a break to enjoy this hot chocolate I just picked up, and then we'll press on. You know, I'm reading all of your questions right now. Brighton is definitely something that will happen. Again, the reason I'm not venturing out of London yet is one, time constraints, and secondly, weather. Okay, there's no point in going all the way to Brighton on the train or whatever, and you to get there and it's raining. So you know, those are things that are coming. Brighton and other places. I won't mention other places we're going to be visiting for you know, should we say, sensible reasons. For now on, I'm only going to announce things imminently about when they're about to happen, as opposed to, you know, in advance. Indeed, yeah, it is Fleet Street onto Chancery Lane. Yeah, I will know where we are the second we get anywhere close to Chancery Lane. It's fundamentally one straight road from Fleet Street and Chancery Lane all the way to the Strand and then Trafalgar Square, so literally cannot get lost at that point, so don't worry. Thank you very much for pointing out the way I should go. It's definitely more interesting here. So we'll enjoy this view over the cathedral for, I don't know, 5 minutes or whatever, and then we'll head off toward the legal district. And I will have a bit of an exploration, a bit of a wander around, a bit of a nose around the barristers' chambers, etc. So lots coming up, everyone. Tottenham Court Road has been done several times. Again, anyone that's just joining, please click on my TikTok page, look at the YouTube link. It's where the Insta button is. Click the Insta button, YouTube underneath that. You will see a lot of the content from the last week. Actually, includes Tottenham Court Road and the exhibition Outernet, free exhibition at the top of Tottenham Court Road called Outernet. I keep recommending that to everybody because it's free. It's worth going there alone because it's covered, it's free, you know, it's not weather dependent, and it's a pretty amazing exhibit. In fact, it's one of my favourite spots in London right now. You can never argue with anything that's free, fundamentally, you know. Sky Garden, where we were the other day, 120 Fenchurch Street, where we were this morning, and you know, anywhere else that's free always gets a recommendation from me. Church of England. It is, yeah. People get married there, people worship there. There are services in St Paul's regularly. It is a functioning place of worship. So if you can go inside, I'm not going inside for two reasons. One, you can't film it, and secondly, I don't film religious buildings anyway, of any religion, simply out of respect. But yes, if you're in London as a tourist or a visitor, or you live here, you are able to go and look around inside St Paul's. I don't know how much it costs. It's not a lot, but there were lots of people queuing to go in and have a look this morning. I don't know, in fact. I can't remember whether or not Princess Diana King Charles, then the Prince of Wales, were married in Westminster Abbey or here in St Paul's. We have the bells again. Welcome to anyone joining. Don't worry, we will not be here very long. Just a very, very quick hot chocolate, and then we'll be moving again, promise. Yeah, I do love Brighton. This is St Paul's Cathedral, Josie. Welcome. St Paul's Cathedral here in the City of London. Hello, Chloe. Welcome. Isn't it a wonderful day? We have that blue sky, we have the red buses going by, we've got green grass, we've got, you know, the glorious spectacle that is St Paul's Cathedral, and we have a nice quiet spot to sit here without almost anyone around, enjoying it in the sunshine. Apologies if all of you haven't got a hot chocolate right now. That's the reason I'm sitting here, just enjoying this hot chocolate before we get moving again. We will be moving very soon, I promise, guys. Weather's great. You're going to laugh, actually, say Fernie, you're going to laugh. The weather here, the temperature here in London right now is roughly about 2 degrees, but it doesn't feel cold at all. Hey, welcome. If you're visiting London from Ireland, you've got a lot to look forward to, that's for sure. You'll love it, Susan. And welcome DVD. Today in the city of Monopoly. We're going to head down toward the Legal Quarter, then along the Strand, and after that I'll decide as we're going, as I always do. In Cornwall and snowed in. I wish I were in Cornwall and snowed in. I love Cornwall, especially Newquay, Trevetherick, Polzeath, St Ives. Beautiful part of England. Wish it was snowing here. Hey, it's going great. Yeah, Newquay, you're very lucky. My goodness me. I remember when I was a kid, I used to spend my childhood summers in Newquay or other places like Polzeath. I used to love to surf in Newquay when I was a kid. It was great. Привет, Леночка. Вы русская? Thanks very much, guys. The likes are much appreciated. Very kind. We'll be moving again very soon, I promise. It's literally just a break to recharge, a bit of coffee. London, the third largest island in the world. My island is the 11th. Quite possibly. I don't actually know. Apparently, somebody mentioned, Elizabeth, it's snowing down in Cornwall. Cornwall is literally the furthest southwestern point of England. Cornwall is beautiful part of England. One of my favourite parts outside London. Love it. Huge fan of Cornwall. You will make it. Don't worry. You know, we will have a dream. Visiting the UK will definitely be one of those dreams fulfilled. A lot of people, in fact, I talk to a lot of people, a lot of visitors in the UK or to London from the Middle East, often outside Harrods. They all say the same thing. You know, I always dreamed about visiting London, and there they are. You know, you can see the joy and amazement on their face. Yeah, you know, the history of St Paul's. You know, what can I say? We have many hundreds of years of significant moments. I don't know how many monarchs were married here or in Westminster Abbey, but I would imagine the vast majority. Thank you very much for subbing. Thank you. That is much appreciated. We're definitely going to hit that 1,000 on YouTube this week, which is going to be an extraordinary achievement. Wow, welcome if you're joining from Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh City or somewhere else in Vietnam. One new change, yes, somebody mentioned it earlier, that's coming up. This morning we were already looking at this part of London from a high spot. We went to 120 Fenchurch Street this morning. I can't remember if Charles and Diana married here or in Westminster Abbey. I honestly don't remember. London is a wonderful place, yeah, in every way. It's a magnificent city. Welcome, Vitar, joining from Mississippi. Wow. There is, Peggy, there is a lot, yeah. I'm glad you're watching from Kentucky. Wow. Are we going to do the UN or the 50 states again here? You know, you guys, your location's surprising me. It's amazing. A lot to look forward to, Chloe, for sure. Willkommen if you're joining from Germany. Welcome in Frankfurt. Hope the weather there is a bit warmer than the 0 degrees we've got here. And hola if you're joining from Madrid or anywhere else in Spain. Thank you very much for the kind words. It's very, very kind of you. Thank you very much, guys. Without your support, you know, this would not be as much fun as it is. Welcome if you're joining from Utah. I swear we've probably covered about 25 of those 50 states in the US so far. I didn't know, Elizabeth, that you were in the UK. I have no idea why I didn't know that. I'm surprised in a very pleasant way. Wow. Brecon Beacons, you've got better views than me right now. Oh, they were married in St Paul's. Okay, perfect. We're heading towards central London, so we're going to continue along Chancery Lane, etc. And then eventually we're going to end up, we'll have a look around Temple, the legal district, High Court, etc., Supreme Court, and we'll head on into the centre after that. Hey, welcome, joining from Syracuse. Worcestershire, wow. Big jump. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. You know, a lot of you speak up what I've achieved. It's about I haven't achieved anything. You know, we're building a community here slowly. You guys like to watch because the content's good. The content's good because you guys like to watch. You know, it's that chicken and egg situation again. We need each other equally in the sense of building a community. We need somebody to film this, but at the same time, we need people to watch this. You know, so we're very much a 50-50 effort here. You guys as the community, and you know, me as a creator. And so far, we seem to be hitting a sweet spot. It's weird actually, you know, I haven't had my gloves on for a good 20-30 minutes. My hands and fingers are not cold. Let me just check actually. I swear it can't be around 1 or 2 degrees. It just isn't that cold. 1 second, what is the weather here in London? One moment everybody, let's have a look on the other phone at what the weather is. I can't believe it's around 0. It must have warmed up quite a bit since we were at 120 Fenchurch this morning. Let's have a quick look on the BBC weather. Okay, there it is, everyone. Puddle Dock is coming up as Puddle Dock. I don't know. I guess that's a street near here. But yeah, that's what it's saying the weather is right now. Apparently here in London, it's 2 degrees. Doesn't feel like it. I mean, obviously, you know, bright sunshine, but yeah, 2 degrees. Puddle Dock. Maybe that's the street behind me. This is Carter Lane. I'm not sure what Puddle Dock is. Very cold in Sweden. I'm sure it is. Yeah, but you know, I'd rather have some cold and snow if I had the choice right now. That's a good thing about the little stops is it gives the phone a chance to charge back up again. That we don't need to worry about the phone flipping all over the place. Puddle Dock, yeah, it is. It's very English. I haven't seen a street called Puddle Dock, so I don't actually know why my location is coming up as Puddle Dock. I mean, for goodness, odd. Yeah, Celsius, not Fahrenheit, exactly. Welcome if you're joining from the Philippines. We're going to get moving in less than 1 minute from now. It is Donna, yeah. We're sitting outside St Paul's, and we're going to be moving very soon. Shukran for liking the live. Shukran. Oi, if you're joining from Brazil, welcome. It's a good question, Patricia. People often ask me that. You know, English people are generally quite resilient to the cold. My children love to sleep in cold rooms, weirdly enough. So do I. It's not. I mean, I've got a lot of layers on right now, so I'm completely fine. My core temperature is spot on. Plus, I can de-layer if it gets warmer. I've got no problem. I've lived in Moscow when it was minus 27, minus 28. So this is fine for me. Puddle Dock is underneath the bridge before Blackfriars on that road you were near Pret. Thank you for googling that, or if you didn't Google it, you already knew it. Thank you for letting me know. I'd never heard of it. Again, it's a new one to me. But that is a very kind of, you wouldn't expect it, would you? You think Puddle Dock was maybe somewhere in Bournemouth or Puddle Dock. It's very curious. If somebody had said to me, "Where's Puddle Dock?" the last place I would have guessed is London. Hate sleeping in warm rooms. Yeah, it's. I love to sleep. With the window open. Windows open in my room, 365 days of the year. Okay, right, everyone. I'm going to pick up the tripod. Now I've got both hands. Find a rubbish bin for this mug, this cup from Pret, and then boom, we are heading toward the centre. Yeah, we've been very close to Majesty Theatre more than once. Okay, might be a teeny bit wonky. I think there's a rubbish bin in front of me. What's this? This is a curious bin. Wait, it's got like a handle. General waste, it says. It's an interesting rubbish bin. That's what a rubbish bin looks like in the city of London, everyone. I don't really want to touch it though, actually, to be honest. Wait, you know what? I'll just use my arm. 1 second. That's it, done. It's in. Right, let's continue. I've got 2 hands again now, so we're good. Power on the other phone. Yeah, power's good, data's good. Right. Thank you, Chloe. Let's press on, everybody. If you see me getting lost, anyone, point out that I'm going wrong. I'm about 97% sure of where we're going now in terms of the direction. It's fundamentally one straight road once we get just up here. So let's carry on. Again, last look behind. Not because it's particularly interesting, but that'll be the last time we're very close to the river today. Or close enough. Thank you, Pamela, and thank you to everybody for your support. Okay, let's continue along. This is the bus stop, the actual official bus stop for St Paul's Cathedral. So you're very close by. Again, that's the final view we're going to see of St Paul's. Just enjoy that light, everybody. We've got great light on this side again as we walk past for the last time today. Beautiful, beautiful, spectacular light. It is, yeah, it's magnificent, isn't it? Really, really spectacular view over St Paul's there. Thank you, guys. Okay, so we're crossing over Dean's Court. Oh, this is an interesting one. 1 second, I don't know what's here. Don't worry, I'm not going to walk all the way along it and take us on a completely different route. Just wondering what this interesting looking building is. What's this? This can't be somebody's house, surely. No, it's probably a corporate HQ of some sort. I'm not going to wander in because it looks private, but again, look at the architecture. You know, look at that, the aspect there, through the front door, the gate, as it were, the lantern and so on. The architecture, isn't it just wonderful? Beautiful. Again, I have no idea exactly what this is, and there's no name. In fact, it's called, actually, there's a name on the thing. It's called the Old Deanery. I don't know what it is if anyone is interested. The Old Deanery. In fact, complete with security guys sitting in the car opposite watching me behind me. I didn't even notice them. In fact, there's a whole, I don't know what they're doing. There's a whole carload of of security people. Oops. Okay, anyway, at least they didn't kidnap me, throw me in the back and exact revenge on me for exposing their lair. Okay, there we are. So that's it. Last view of that beautiful sky and St Paul's for the moment. On we go. Coffee, maybe it was. It could have been a coffee house. It could have been many things. Okay. You can tell we're in London. Anybody that's wondering which city we're in, take a wild guess. Yes, thank you very much. Whoever pointed out earlier on about Ludgate Hill on towards Chancery Lane. We're now on Ludgate Hill, EC4. A deanery is for the priests. Okay, that makes a lot of sense actually. That, in fact, that doesn't only make sense, that's entirely logical. You know, that being a very unusual, beautiful building, it makes sense, yeah. Thank you for checking, I appreciate that. I will not forget that next time either. It's great to sort of fill up those gaps in my knowledge. Because as I mentioned, you know, much as I know a lot about this, I'm nowhere near an expert. So it was the old deanery. Actually, wait, don't worry everyone, I'm not going in. They're everywhere. In fact, I think I already used Pret 3 times today since I woke up this morning, so I've only got 2 more left. It goes by very quickly. We got lucky as well. We're walking, also used as a prison. Wow. Okay. You guys are literally scolding me as I walk. I love this. little church over here, quite an interesting one. Not particularly remarkable, but you know, just another one. They're just here. St Paul's is chiming behind me again as usual. Actually, to be honest, this is the one that you see in all the pictures. Look, a lot of people do like that view, looking back up Ludgate Hill. You can see why, in fact, can't you? 100%. I mean, come on, it's a pretty remarkable view, especially with the sunlight coming over from the south across the river, casting over the stone. Yeah, it's pretty beautiful. Boom. Yeah, that I'm starting to wonder actually whether I like this view more than the other view. This is kind of this is the one that you often see on TV, you know, on BBC News or whatever. When there's something about St Paul's, they show it from this view. I personally prefer the view at the bottom of the or actually it's the top, the north side of the Millennium Bridge where we were before. But that's equally wonderful too. Welcome, Sandra. Hi, welcome. Bingo. Yeah, that's lovely. Okay, I promise that's now 100% absolutely the last view of St Paul's. You guys are like, hey, I've had enough of St Paul's. Take me somewhere else. Yeah, that's it. St Paul's Cathedral. For anyone just joining, or anyone wondering which city we're in. St Paul's Cathedral in the city of London, in England, in the United Kingdom, on planet Earth, in our galaxy, right now. Okay, let's continue. And to confirm, we're walking now towards central London. Thank you everybody that's following and liking and clicking and subscribing and all kinds of stuff. Thank you very much, everyone. No, I'm not near Victoria. We're some distance from Victoria. Other than the train station and the bus station, there's not very many reasons to go to Victoria, to be honest. Historically speaking, or architecturally speaking, it's unremarkable. Just being careful here on the street, etc. Thanks guys, smashing those likes as usual, doing a great job. In fact, this one's curious. I have seen this before at night, but yeah, I like that building because of the colours. Again, it sort of just explodes, isn't it? There's beautiful colours. It's just apartments, nothing to get excited about. In fact, I think it's a mixture, residential and corporate. Welcome if you're just joining from Paraguay or indeed from Holland. Always a warm welcome to anyone joining from Holland. Okay, on we go. We're now going down the hill. You wonder why this is called Ludgate Hill. You can see it's not a steep hill, but we're going down now. The gradient here is a little steep, but in a good way. We're heading down, luckily, not walking up. And in fact, we just walked past City Thames Link. It's a railway station here in the city of London. Again, interesting views all around us. Wherever I point the camera, there's something interesting to look at. In some ways, in some ways, not in all, obviously. In some ways, some of the views here in the city, even superior to the ones that we see in the centre, etc. No, it's okay. Thank you. Sorry, people are pausing. People pause to the camera. I always say it's okay. Don't worry. I haven't got exclusive use of the highway, so I have no problem with people walking in front. We've still got very good light here today, everyone. Very, very, very good light. As you can see, it's busy, but not crazy busy like earlier. People are now back at work after the lunch break. Just crossing over Ludgate Circus right now. Again, I'm going to be quick because of the traffic, but it's a main thoroughfare. Okay, looking back towards St Paul's, quick 360. Down towards the river. Then on the wall, Ludgate Circus. And remember, we're walking generally speaking, in the direction of Strand. Also, another very brief pause, everybody. This is Bride Lane. This is a view along Bride Lane. I don't know where it goes, and it's not terribly important, but you know, yet another one of those sort of not quite overlooked, but you know, arguably neglected churches or chapels that you find you find on these odd streets that people tend to walk by without even noticing. Yeah, these lanes. Bride Lane, it's called appropriately. Bride Lane. No, this is not work. This is fun. This is not work. I'm not employed and I don't get paid to do this. It's fun. Okay, let's continue. Yes, it is. We're going toward Transbury Lane, High Court, Old Bailey, etc. And then we'll go toward Temple. Here's another one, in fact. This is the actual entrance to the church, everybody. I thought I'd quickly stop here because it does look rather nice. This is St Bride's Avenue. St Bride's Avenue. Again, another new one to me. That's the ironwork over the church gates and those lanterns. Super, isn't it? Very nice. Very quaint, very peaceful here actually, this little spot. And again, as mentioned, I never film inside historical buildings, religious buildings. So yeah, I mean, it's that little shot there with the lanterns. That's that's rather nice, isn't it? It'll happen soon, Megan. Don't worry. It'll happen soon. Beautiful, especially that red bus just peeking out there. Nice colours actually there. The orange of those lamps, and then that bus. Beautiful. In fact, it's lovely. In fact, I'm even going to pause and I'm going to take a picture of this. It's if I can get the phone out before the bus moves. I don't think I will actually. Let's see. That's a beautiful. Oh, too late, missed it. I knew that would happen. Seriously. Never mind. Okay, on we go. Never mind. Lovely. One moment. I'm just going to have a look at where this goes, if it goes anywhere. Okay, so that goes to another gate at the rear of the church. Willkommen, Brigitte. No, I don't work in London. I live in London. I live in central London. That's why I'm able to do this quite often. These lives, etc., and tours, shall we say? Right, pressing on. As you can see, it's going to change rapidly in a little while because that's a Shoe Lane we've got across there. Shoe Lane. I guess that's where the cobblers were, and we're now on Fleet Street officially. This is Fleet Street EC4. Path here is actually super narrow, so I'm going to be careful. Yeah, it's definitely a place to be casually walked and enjoyed. 100%. There's so much here. I don't know how long we've been on this live. Couple of hours, I guess, but there's so much. You guys see how much there is. It's endless in terms of the things that there are to look at here in the city of London. Even we missed it briefly. There's an interesting passage over there. Again, I have no idea where it goes. Just the way they cut through to wherever, I don't know. So many of them just cut through to somewhere or other. In fact, one second, there's a tiny one there. It's so small, I just want to see what it's called. Wait, this could be one of the smallest streets in London. Hold on everybody. It might go nowhere, but let's have a look. Look at this. It probably doesn't go anywhere, but no, literally, I mean, it goes nowhere. Look, it's kind of like, what's the point? It actually goes nowhere. It's a street to nowhere. But it's actually got its own name. It's okay, don't worry. Thank you.
Honestly, I'm going to be working.
Okay, yeah, literally a street to nowhere, as you guys saw. Here's the other one I was talking about. This is a wine office court, curiously. Let's have a quick look at where this one does go through to the other side. Don't worry, I'm not going to get lost. I know. Wait, so there's a pub here called Ye Old Cheshire Cheese, which was rebuilt in the 17th century. Look at that, 1667. So it's an ancient pub. We've got a couple of old houses as well here. I'm not walking all that because there's no point. But isn't that interesting? Look at the view again. You know, especially if I pan round. A couple of private houses here with these wonderful windows. Yeah, it's called the Ye Old Cheshire Cheese. It's like walking back in time, isn't it, literally? Ye Old Cheshire Cheese. Yep, 1667, 17th century pub right there. In fact, it actually said rebuilt in 1667. It's just before 3 p.m. Here's another one, look, they just go on and look, another one. Hind Court, no idea where that one goes, but you see how many of these passageways there are that head to, I don't know where they head to. Interesting perspective looking back toward the river southward here. So that new building peering out, you know, directly opposite those ancient alleyways that don't really go anywhere, or some of them anyway. This is London. Anyone that's just joining that doesn't recognise where we are, this is London in England. Okay, I can see in the distance, guys, if we look in the distance, see those the tower and so on beyond. Those are the court buildings here in London. That's where we're heading next, to the court buildings. Here's another one. We've got Bolt Court leading to Gough Square. Look, another interesting one. They just go on and on. St Dunstan's Court. I mean, God, I'm actually tired of how many courts we've passed. In fact, speaking of courts, we're going to another court in a moment. 1 second, the gimbal's decided it wants to lose focus. 1 moment. Bidding, we're back. So yeah, just to go on, we're still walking along Fleet Street. But if you can see the sign across the street there, that sign in the middle of the frame, it said Aldwych. Aldwych is very close to Covent Garden, so that's the general direction that we're heading in. We're not going to Covent Garden, to clarify. We've been there many times recently, but that's a general direction, very general direction, in fact. So heading towards the court buildings and so on. Coming up shortly, as you can see in front. But I think we're just going to be perfect with our timing there in terms of the light, everybody, as well. Hopefully this will be the last one. This one's Crane Court. Crane Court. Crossing over Fetter Lane. I definitely need a haircut at some point, actually. In fact, some of the court buildings already started. There's Mitre Court going through into some of the barristers' chambers, because obviously we're getting very, very close to the court buildings now. I'm going to cross over the main road. Well, I've got a moment. I thought the traffic was going to move. It's fine. We're good. That's the bell you can hear, guys, behind. I don't know actually which church it is. I'm gonna... One second. I'm not going to cross back over because we're on the right side of the road. We're on Fleet Street. If anybody wants to check, if you're concerned with which church it is. It's exactly 3 o'clock here in London now. And again, as we look down to the court buildings, which is where we're heading next. City of London, Prince Henry's room. Okay, we're going to very briefly detour. I did mention earlier on that we were going to look at Temple Church, didn't I, and the Inns of Court and so on. I'm just debating whether we should walk past and cut through. Actually, no. I think this is better because we're here. Anyway, these are the gates into Temple Church. Okay. And that will take us through into the Inns of Court. So we're going to go through the gates here, past Temple Church, and you'll see why. So we're now entering, I mean, it's not quite silent, but it's very quiet here, obviously. Temple Church will be on the right, and then we'll cut through Temple Church on the left, then we'll cut through to the right, and you'll see all of the barristers' chambers, and they normally have a lot of swish cars parked outside. Yeah, time capsule stuff it is. Okay, I'm going to be a little quieter here, everybody, because again it's a church, it's very quiet, people are working here. Goldsmith building. Every building and every gate leads to different chambers here, etc. For example, Falcon Chambers this way. I'm going to walk around the church, then we're going to go back. Can't actually go any further along here, it's a dead end, but I'll show you because it's very beautiful. You see how peaceful it is? It's super quiet here, there's no one here at all. There's magnificent windows. Beautiful windows. This is private property. I think this is the master's house. Yeah, it is. It's the garden to the master's house. Got his own beautiful garden there. Very nice. Just like an Oxford College, in fact, but here, right in the centre of London. It's so peaceful here. In fact, you can't hear the traffic. It's very quiet. It's so quiet that we've got this chap just lounging around. It's Johannes Hickox, apparently. I don't know who he is. Yeah, hello, Johannes. As mentioned, yeah, Temple Church, everybody. Sculptures, plaques, inscriptions, statues, everything, you know. Look at this even. And on the wall here, we can look because we're outside now. It has the list of the barristers and important people. They're mainly barristers, some are solicitors that work here. The most senior members are at the top. Notice it says this chambers is 3rd floor west, and Lord and Lady Anderson of Ipswich are the most senior members. The QC, after some of the names, means Queen's Counsel. That obviously will be changed very quickly here. Over time they'll all be changed to KC, King's Council. And again on the other side, the other list. All of the buildings we're going to pass in a minute have similar lists. The members, as it were, of each individual set of chambers. You have to be a member of a chambers if you're going to be a barrister here in London. You take what's called a pupillage, and then you can qualify as a barrister. Many people choose to be a solicitor, but only people that qualify as barristers are allowed to represent clients in the higher courts. Again, it looks very much like the entrances into the colleges at Oxford. You know, they have those old, cold staircases. Here, in fact, is the main entrance into the Temple Church. This is very much kind of, you know, hidden London stuff. This is not the sort of thing that that you come across either on a lot of lives or indeed on YouTube. But to be honest, a lot of people don't even realise that you can walk into these places. They look very private and exclusive, but they're not. I'm not the only person here. There are other tourists here and other people taking pictures and so on. You see? We're now on the southern side of the church. And again, you know, I'm going to pan as I go back as far as I can. You know, that stone, everybody, look at it. It's so quiet. I mean, literally, you know, other than my voice, we can't hear a thing, can we? A few birds in the trees. It is utterly quiet here. And you saw how close we were from the main street a little while ago, Fleet Street. You know, we are less than 2 minutes walk. And bingo, you know, we have almost silence. It's a wonderful place. You know, the church itself is quite magnificent. It goes through there further into other chambers, but the chambers behind me, which will take us back out onto Fleet Street, are more interesting. So I'm going to go back through here and you'll see where we're going to go next. I know this kind of reasonably well because there's a video on my YouTube. I was here just before Christmas. And it's interesting actually. I'm just going to show you the corner over here and then we'll cut through. This little spot is a spot that almost nobody knows about, okay? This is Cloisters and Pump Court. If we go down the steps, have a look at this, everyone. It's not really a private garden, but it could be because almost nobody even knows it's here. It's completely enclosed on all four sides. And again, look at the dates. We have 16th through to 17th century here on the wall. Yeah, the stone buildings, etc., the views. I'm being very quiet out of respect for people that are here working. The garden itself is very quaint. Look at this. Isn't that absolutely delightful? Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Charming. We'll go and have a look this way and then we'll go back on ourselves very quickly through to the other end. This is the absolute furthest end of the inns here. And again, you can see we open into this absolutely enormous and spectacular vista. So just beyond the gardens in front of us, okay, these enormous gardens, that goes down to where Temple's tube station is. And then we have the river beyond. In fact, you can even see the pier, Temple Pier. You wouldn't guess, would you, that all of this is here, sort of hidden away behind the main road, behind Fleet Street. There's so much here that you wouldn't even believe it was possible for there to be this much here hidden away. Also, and I'm going to be very careful and quietly respectful here, I'm not going to go in because again it's private property. Here is an Inn of Court. Not even named, there's a simple Pegasus on the wall. This is 1 Crown Office row, it says on the mat on the floor there. You can see the huge lists of members on the wall. We'll have a quick look over here toward the garden, and then we're going to follow back and into the other opposite side of the Inns of Court, and then we'll emerge again onto Fleet Street opposite the main court buildings. But obviously you can see why I was keen to come into here, because it's a wonder, isn't it? It really is a wonder. You know, we could be in a city way far from London right now. These buildings, this architecture, these gates. That view, you know, it's all so old and ancient and beautiful and timeless, in fact. The Inner Temple Garden. Again, I'm not entirely certain whether we can cut through here, but I'll have a look. If not, we'll go back up the steps. Isn't it beautiful, everyone? Yeah, it is a little spooky, in fact. It's super quiet. And now we're heading back toward the main road. If there are any solicitors or barristers watching right now, I'm available for work. Joking. Here's a reason to work hard. Become a lawyer in London. This is where you can work. Isn't it extraordinary? This garden court. As you can see, everyone, this could all be walked. Look at the gardens, it's beautiful. You know, it doesn't matter where you turn here, there's something wonderful. Just beyond, you know, there's another set of steps there in the garden beyond, and then you're at the river. So, you know, we are in that sort of very quiet spot, sandwiched between the river and Temple tube station, which is in front of me. I'm looking south now, and then behind me is Fleet Street. And in a minute when we re-emerge from here onto the main road, you're going to be like, whoa, it's literally like a different universe, like landing on another planet. You know, when you compare it to this, the gardens, just the serenity of the place, it's a very, very relaxing place here. Very relaxing place, and it's always quiet because most people don't even know it's here. You know, they just have no idea it even exists, which is a shame because it's so beautiful. Again, being very careful not to film in places I shouldn't. This building here, look at this one, Fountain Court. You know, just like an old shop in a country village somewhere. Magnificent. Isn't it lovely? We have a completely different architecture up there. We'll have a look there in a moment. Very brief pause here, a little fountain. We are exploring the Inns of Court. This is on the south side of Fleet Street. It is beautiful, yeah, and it's very, very, very rarely filmed. This is not even something you would see on TV here in England. You know, it's so incredibly obscure. People know that it exists, but most people assume it's completely private, and a lot of it is private, to be honest. But you know, this is why there are certain places in London that you only really recognise and decide to, hey, I'm going to go and take a look, because you walk past it. You know, you see those little alleys and those walkways, and you saw it was just a gate. You know, we just had one nondescript gate leading to Temple Church, and look at how much we found behind the gate. You know, there's so much here, so much wonder. Exactly that, yeah, exactly, Mishima. You know, and I guarantee you that there'll be a spot here. We have wooden benches over there. We have these stone benches around the fountain. Yep, we're still massively in the winter here. So even though the grass is green, the trees are all, as you can see, yeah, absolutely barren. Very much so. Still glorious though, isn't it? There's so many sort of secret little places and so on. My pleasure. I'm glad that you all like watching these sights and sounds from London. You know, it just continues. The architecture changes everywhere we point the camera. The buildings, the stonework, it all changes continually. The dating above this one, for example, I'm not going to film because the chap behind the New Court is working in his office. 1677 we have above here. We're going to quickly walk through and see what's on the other side. Walking into the light. And bingo. Look at this one. And they've even got their own little post box there on the corner, so they need to go to the main road and post those important legal documents. I'm just going to walk around here, and then we're fundamentally back up the way out. Through there is where we were before. That will go back toward Temple Church, which we've already seen. I'm going to pass the security booth. I'm going to be quiet, everybody, in case he says anything. I don't think he will, but let's see. Finishing early today. I'm teasing you. Take it easy. Brick court. And all of these cars, okay, they're not all super swish, but I mean some are. I guess, to be honest, the lawyers aren't doing too bad in London, are they, fundamentally? That's a very nice one. I'm going to now point the camera away, everybody, because we're walking past the security office. Cheeky one before you finish for the day. Cheeky before you finish for the day. Look, it doesn't feel like it's 2 degrees, does it? It feels like it's actually much warmer. It's odd. Yeah, I was surprised myself. It's like, don't even need gloves. Very odd. Very. Enjoy the day. Cheerio. Okay. We're going through to Outer Temple. I'm not 100% sure actually whether this leads us back to the main road. Let's see.
Sorry? I said I can't believe he's done that after working so hard over Christmas and in between Christmas and now.
Yes, bingo. We made it. Outer Temple. Again, with a rather curious giraffe. We shouldn't really be here, but you know what, we are, so. And out we go. We kind of did it, folks. We had a massive, almost private tour of the Inns of Court. I hope you all enjoyed it. Anyway, we haven't finished yet. Okay, so, but notice we were coming along. We went into sort of a massive square, and we're now back to the real world on the main road. It's great, wasn't it? You know, I really like it in there, in fact, because it's so obscure and private and wonderful. I can't get super close here. There's a lot of security here because these are the Royal Courts of Justice. You'll be able to see the main entrance, in fact, just over there. I'm going to stay on this side of the road because if I go and sort of get super nosy with the camera, they might get upset. Whenever there's a big legal case or something similar here in the UK, you know, and there's a judgment, it's always there on the steps of the court. I'm sure you can see that on the steps of the court, you know, where they sort of read it out, or you know, blah blah is so happy that justice has been done, etc., etc., all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the Royal Courts of Justice. It's an enormous. It's a series of buildings, actually. I mean, it isn't only one building. It goes back hugely here from the main road. You can see it goes all the way along Fleet Street. But yeah, it's an enormous series of buildings here in London. And you saw all of those chambers behind. I mean, how many lawyers are working there? Thousands, I would guess. You can see it's an enormous industry, the legal industry. So many people, in fact, that weren't even married in the UK choose to get divorced here. It's a paradise for high-earning lawyers. I'm going to cross over simply because we're sort of walking past it. I don't think there's any big... in fact, no, there are no security personnel outside right now. Yeah, the Royal Courts of Justice. It's another super grand building. I mean, it really is something to behold, isn't it? The Old Bailey is a teeny weeny bit further along. That was the compromise by having to go and see the Inns of Court, missing a teeny bit of this. The George is where people always go and have a drink when they win a court case. This old pub here. Historical pub. And notice it's now 3:30 and around 30 minutes from now the sun will start to set here in London. So didn't we catch the best of it today? You know, we started this morning with the first live before 10 a.m. What do they drink? I mean, whatever they want, to be honest, or indeed nothing. But notice sort of how grand even the streets are. The streets are here. The surface of the street is even a different colour. You will. Anybody that wants to see it one day will see it. Patience. Again, there's a security gate, so I'm being a little bit careful here. Sorry. Oops. Interesting. Look at this. You see, we've now left the city officially. Everybody, we've left the city of London and we've crossed into Westminster. So we're now in the same part of London. For example, that's Big Ben and everything else. Yeah, we exited the city. We're right outside the Royal Courts of Justice. In just a moment, we're going to be on the Strand. The next sort of landmark coming up, here we are, look on the bus stop, everybody. See that? Royal Courts of Justice. The next, we say, well, I mean, it's not really a landmark, but the next interesting spot coming up is King's College, London. We'll pass that in a minute, it's on the other side of the road. Okay, Okay, that's just looking back through the security gates and so on into the High Court, Royal Courts of Justice, High Court, Court of Appeal. In many respects, Khalifa, you're right. Thank you, Shukran. Shukran Bazef for saying that. The good news is that as we cross over here in a moment, unless they've changed it, there's a big pedestrianised area, so we've got lots of space to walk. In a little while I'll tell you exactly what's coming up. There's still a few more things that we're going to see. Okay, so around here, this is called Aldwych. It's a it's a semicircle fundamentally. It goes around this very large building and comes out the other side. We're going to walk around the more interesting side of it. And for any Australians watching, this is Australia House right in front. Let's cross over carefully. A couple of police outriders here coming along. Glaring at me. Okay, let's cross over. Down there would take us to Temple Tube Station and the river. As mentioned, Australia House. I'm going to try not to walk across the flowers here. One moment. Okay, so the buildings that we're now seeing in front here, directly there in the centre of the camera, that's King's College London, everyone. I mean, a lot of people ask me which is the best university in London, and that's a hard question to answer. I think fundamentally for sciences or engineering, Imperial College. For everything else, in other words, non-STEM subjects, LSE, London School of Economics. Number 3 has got to be UCL, University College London, and after that probably King's. It's the Australian High Commission. So any Aussies watching, welcome. If I go in there, I'm officially on the territory of Australia. I would officially temporarily become Australian. Yep, there's an Australian girl asking if she can pick up a passport for a friend of hers. It's Australia Centre. She's been told to go around the other side. Cut through. This is Melbourne Place appropriately. I'm about to get run over by a bus, everybody. Oopsie. Oh, good. And here, interestingly, in fact I forgot about this. Okay, in front of me, I'm going to grab a seat for a second. There's so much to see here and to tell you all about. I'm going to sit down so I can explain it kind of, a little bit more clearly. Let me get a good spot. Okay, so you see directly in front we have Strand Station. Okay, it doesn't exist. This is an old tube station. You can see the entrance is sealed, no longer in use. I don't know when it was decommissioned, but as far as I'm aware, in my lifetime, it hasn't been in use. So this might well have been out of use since the Second World War. I don't honestly know. I would think at least 30, 40, 50, 60 years. I don't know. Somebody's welcome to Google it. Yeah, there used to be a tube station here, as you can see, on the Piccadilly line. Not anymore. So you can see just to the left of the frame there, as it says, the Strand. Okay, as we said, we just went past Australia House and so on. There's also Bush House a little bit further up, which is where radio broadcasts used to be made from the BBC. Now, it's an interesting spot to sit here. Let me move over to this other one so we've got a better perspective. Not only have you got this old church, temple, etc. in the centre, but this whole area, in fact, was, until recently, it was a public highway. But they pedestrianised it. You see all the chairs and benches and so on. It's not permanent. Sorry, it's temporary. All of the benches and chairs that you see scattered around are, they're fixed here. They're fixed to the ground. They can't be moved. So there's a huge amount of furniture that they've put here. You know, people just like to sit. London School of Economics. If I look back through here toward Aldwych, that's where the LSE is, through there. It's like 2 minutes away. It's just literally just a glass door. There's nothing to see. It's not interesting. It doesn't have a huge grand front like King's College. Oh, we got here at the right time. Look, the bells are ringing for us. It's like, welcome, John, to the Strand. Okay, thank you, church bell ringer. Anyway, yeah, so this is King's College, this massive building. And as you can see, on the top floors and so on, excuse me, everybody. I know it used to be the student union. I don't know if it still is. Closed to passengers 1990. Wait, so this was still a functioning tube station until 1994? I can't believe that. I'm shocked if it's true. I would have thought it would have been much, much earlier that it closed permanently. I didn't ever remember hearing of or seeing the Strand even mentioned on a tube map. So that's shocking, actually. So thank you for checking. Wow. Strand Station, here we go. Closed in 1940. We did it. We passed Lincoln's Inn Field. We've done the whole of Lincoln's Inn and so on. Reopening in 46, closed in 94. So 46 and 94. That's fascinating. Thank you very much for checking that. That is a fascinating fact I didn't know. I'd never remember seeing the Strand ever mentioned on a tube map in my life. So that's very interesting. So we'll carry along there because there are a few more interesting spots to see as well. You know, buildings, architecture, and so on. Open 1904. Wow, extraordinary. Welcome everybody. You're doing great with the likes and everything else today. I'm just having a very quick look at the power and so on the other phone. I'm not ignoring you. I'll be just literally 30 seconds, and we'll continue along the Strand. In fact, it's been so much fun today. So much we've seen actually. It's amazing. It's 3:30 in the afternoon. 11:30 p.m. in Perth. Wow, 30 minutes is tomorrow. Perth, we're literally sitting right outside Australia House right now. The Australian High Commission is right behind me. We just passed it. So, you know, a warm welcome in particular to anyone that's watching from Australia. That's an extraordinary coincidence. Whitechapel is in the it's completely opposite to where we've just walked. It's the other side of the city of London. Whitechapel is firmly East London. In fact, there's a couple of tube stations east from where we got off today, which was Monument. Yeah, go for it, guys. Come on. Also, I've noticed, in fact, we're around 27.7k for followers on TikTok, which is an extraordinary number. Let's see, maybe we can smash 30 today. That would be great, wouldn't it? She should be on next week. I'm glad that some of you remembered that. Yeah, my friend is on holiday. She is planning. Hello, if you're watching, you know who you are. She's planning to join me at some point next week, maybe outside Harrods. We're still sort of figuring it out. When I know, I'll confirm it. But yeah, that's going to happen. So yeah, we're walking past the entrance to King's College here. The BBC the old BBC building, is here behind me. You see, it really is a beautiful part of London, isn't it? You know, we've seen a lot of beauty today, in different ways. We've seen a lot of beauty. But it just continues, you know, it just never ever stops, does it, literally? You know, there's so much to see in this massive outdoor museum that we keep walking through, you know, day after day in some cases, week after week. See all those, you know, happy students there, not just in the window. I can't go in, obviously, because one, I'm not a student. Two, it would look weird if I tried to, and three, they would ask for my ID. Plus they've got barriers like at the tube station, so I'm happy to film the entrance. Again, public highway, so there's no problem with doing that at all. In fact, it's packed. It's like, whoa, people are being patted down. I guess that's people that have failed when they go through the metal detector. For some reason it's beeping and people are being manually patted down. There's the gates into King's College London. Okay, it's enormous, and all the way back, look, it's huge. Being careful because there are a few vehicles coming behind me. 1 second, everyone. Again, we've got this this curious old building right in the centre here. Not quite of you know, St Paul's level, but it's pretty remarkable. Again, this entire area, other than a few delivery vehicles that they need a card to get through the barrier back behind me. So it's completely pedestrianised here. I think we might even get lucky with any interesting sunset tonight as well. It does it rather nice, doesn't it? Okay, so this is called St Mary Le Strand, everyone. And here it is. Again, it's another example of finding something curious in the most unexpected of places. Yeah, we might end up with a great sunset. Let's decide as we're going where we're gonna have a look at it when the sun sets. I hope I'm getting all that in the frame. Magnificent, isn't it? Just sat there. King's College on one side, the old Australian and BBC buildings on the other side. Yeah, they've done a great job with this sort of, I'm old enough to remember when this was, completely open to traffic. So the fact they've closed it and pedestrianised it, a lot of the buildings need some work, clearly. I'm guessing they're just admin offices and buildings for King's College. But it does look rather wonderful, doesn't it? That's also part of the BBC building here. That's why it's called the Marconi Wing. It's gone now. Through here is Somerset House, another London landmark. And this is where a lot of you will have seen, if you haven't, the videos are on my YouTube. A lot of you will have seen at Christmas, they have ice skating rinks in London. One of the most famous of the outdoor ice skating rinks in London is here, at Somerset House. It's a beautiful building. I mean, we can have a quick wander in. I'll quickly show you. I'm not going to go all the way in, but it's worth it because, again, architecturally, it kind of resembles the old Admiralty building over on Whitehall a little bit. Let's have a quick look while we're here, just very, very, very briefly. The Courtauld Institute here is here as well. It's like an art gallery. That's the entrance into the Courtauld. And in fact, they're actually disassembling. This is why it's closed. They're disassembling the ice rink right now. The ice rink here was sponsored by Moët and Chandon. Look at some of the videos. It was beautiful, especially people ice skating here at night. Very, very, very pretty. In fact, with the lighting, the thing was fully illuminated. They're actually, they're literally taking it apart right now. In fact, I'm pretty sure that the ice has melted. Let's have a look. Oh wait, maybe. They're actually in the process. One second. They're actually. I can't go right in because it's closed. But I don't know if you guys can see, like right at the back. Yeah, they're still sort of disassembling the ice rink. It's still here, but it's being taken apart now. In fact, it's almost gone. Somerset House, this is called. It's 3:37 in the afternoon here in London. We're just off the Strand. This is Somerset House. There was an ice rink here, which, as you can see, it's now being slowly disassembled by an army of workers. You can still see, in fact, you can still see the ice. There's still large pieces of ice. If you can figure, or see that, sorry, if you can see that between the building there. Yeah, that's it. It's finished for this year. No more ice rink. Going to be a pretty interesting sunset, I think. And I got a good idea of where we should see that. Yeah, so that's it. That's the end of the ice rink for this year. Unfortunately, I was here though. In fact, there are, again, videos on my YouTube, everyone. If you want to see how it was beautiful. As I say, sponsored. There was a massive Christmas tree right here in this area, and it was sponsored. The ice rink and the buildings and the tree and everything. Yeah, but Moët and Chandon were the sponsors. Just like Dior did Harrods, Moët and Chandon did Somerset House and the ice rink, and it's great, beautiful. Yeah, those were really fun times actually. The Christmas in London this year was wonderful. Okay, let's get back out of here and onto the Strand. What I'm going to do very briefly, everybody, is just unplug the phone because that's it is, yes, it's Somerset House. Just unplugging this other cable here. Just a moment, everybody. Okay, that's it. Right, got 100% on the phone, so we're good. Other one's doing fine as well, all under control. Okay, let's go through here, back onto the main road. Again, the main road is called the Strand, everybody. not a terribly interesting street. We've seen the best of it already, but it does lead to somewhere that is super interesting. You can see the sky is already starting to look kind of interesting, isn't it? It was a beautiful day and we enjoyed very much the best of it, didn't we, today? But there's a lot more to look forward to. In other words, we're not at the end yet, folks. Keep watching. Okay, let's move back into the middle. I've put a list together on YouTube. It's a very good question. Sorry, in fact, I do neglect some of those questions. On YouTube, there are playlists. If you click on the playlists, then you'll see the different type of videos. I've kind of sorted them, and I think something like, I don't know, I can't remember how many, but the ones that have got full narration, yes, and they're in that list. Like I think the list is called Narrated or Live, something like, I can't remember, but yeah, there are some of the ones. Don't forget, I've only been doing TikTok lives for just under, actually, in fact, just over 2 weeks. Apologies. So I'm going to put this down for a moment here with that super view, and we are going to continue again in a minute. So yeah, on the YouTube, link in on my TikTok page. You are allowed electric scooters, yes, as long as they're not on the public highway. People tend to not care. Interesting enough, I don't know if you can see that on the street, on the floor right there, on the left-hand side, there were horses here earlier. I don't know which horses or where they were going, but they've left something on the street. You see that rather large pile of whatever? That's from a horse. So I've got no idea which horses. Yes, in a minute, as we walk along, everyone, even if we don't see it now, the Strand that we're going to walk along in a moment is where it's kind of well known as being, you do see a lot of homeless people. But, as Dan has just mentioned, 100% yes, it's very cold today. It's just hovering around 0 here in London right now, just hovering above 0. This morning when we were at 120 Fenchurch, the water feature on the roof was frozen. It was frozen solid with ice. So yeah, it was actually below. They do use horses, but I'm just surprised. I wouldn't have thought, I couldn't think of any reason that police horses would be this far away from the stables. I guess it must have been police horses, either that or a runaway beast of some sort. Very curious place to see horses manure. So yeah, the homeless question. Straight ahead, I'm going to pan right into the middle. Okay, so to the left here, if I went around the corner there, that's Waterloo Bridge. Okay, that will go to Waterloo Bridge. We're not going there because there's nothing there. We're not going to the south of the river today. That will be Waterloo Bridge. Directly in front of me, it continues along the Strand. On the right-hand side of the Strand is fundamentally Covent Garden. Okay, the huge blocks behind the buildings we're looking at form Covent Garden and Theatreland. Again, we're not going there. Covered it multiple times on YouTube and on lives. We're going to continue along down the Strand, and at the end of the Strand we will reach Trafalgar Square, and after that, everybody will figure out where we're going to go next. Working at T4, I can see you. Wait, where is T4? Where do I need to look? Tell me, Joshua, where I need to look. T4. I'm just looking, right? In fact, around T4, T40. I can't see anything called T4. So the Wellington, Strand House. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know what. There was a famous battle at Waterloo, hence the name of the bridge. Yeah, it's an easy place to miss, isn't it? Very much so. I know. This is why I think you guys like to watch this, because it's it's never ending in how spectacular it is, how much there is to look at here. Double deckers, yeah. Especially these new ones, these replacement Route Masters. It is quite a glorious bus, isn't it? It's my favourite, in fact. The tea shop in the left. Wait, are you actually seriously telling me that you work at T4? There it is, look. Wait, so if you work at there it is, there's T4, everyone. If you work at T4, then why are you not so busy at work that you've got the time to watch my TikTok live? That's incredible. It's literally right there. I love it, love it. Fantastic. Okay, so there we are at T4, looking down the Strand. So yeah, we're gonna. It's such a small world, isn't it? We're in a city of between 10 and 12 million people, and Josh, you just mentioned literally that he can see me out the window, and he's working at T4. which is directly to my left. Love it, really do, 100%. Fantastic. So yeah, going to walk down the Strand. In fact, I started, if you go back everyone, I think, I can't remember which one was it. One of the lives from last week was started on a bus. I actually started filming the live on a bus, on the number 9 bus going through Knightsbridge. I can't remember which one it was, but yeah, there have been so many that I literally forget. But yeah, have a look through, on my TikTok profile guys, there are a bunch of little links where it says, TikTok live and which date the lives were. But one of those lives, it was at some point last week. Yeah, the first sort of 10 or 15 minutes of the live was a bus. It was the view from a bus as we were heading into central London. So if you're a bit of a bus fetishist, then definitely have a look at that video. I can't remember the date. I'm so sorry. There've been so many. So many. One second. I'm just going to have a look. I'm going to move in a minute, guys. I promise. Don't worry. We're not going to miss the sunset. We're properly in the centre right here. Just having a look at the other phone. Just make sure everything's fine. I'm going to plug the other one in, fact, because we're down to 12% power. It's like I've got this super fast charging power bank. Notice we haven't had a single power issue in the last week. It's been very lucky. Have you changed your TikTok? Have you changed my TikTok? What? Sorry, TikTok name. You sound like Gary. I don't know who Gary is. No other TikTok names. No changes. This TikTok is 2 weeks old. It's my first ever TikTok. Relax. I just said I'll be moving again shortly. Come on, patience. If you can't wait for me to move, then hey, you're welcome to come and grab the camera and walk a little bit for me. I'll be moving. I'm just, as I said, checking the other phone, making sure we're good with all of the power, because when we go down there, it's going to get very busy, it's going to get dark, and it's going to get cold, and I don't want to have to sit down then. Tuesday the 10th of January, you were on the bus. Yes, I think it was the number 9 bus, wasn't it? Thank you, Zarina, for checking that. We are sitting on the Strand, just on the corner, Strand and Waterloo Bridge. Waterloo Bridge is off to the left. So in a second, we're going to go straight ahead. Thank you very much. And anyone that is watching from Australia, literally just behind me, I passed Australia House, which is the Australian High Commission here in London. Thank you, Kim. Yeah, much appreciated. And I will be moving in a moment. Again, it's all about checking that, power's good and everything else. We've got 4 power devices here: YouTube camera, TikTok camera, phone, and gimbal. So I need to make sure that each of the 4 has constantly got enough power, which means rotating between, the 2 cables I've got. So we're all good. Phone's at 95%, YouTube camera's at 89%. Gimbal, don't know, but the other phone I'm just plugging it in now and just double checking. Just a couple of things, guys. Occasionally I get messages or whatever. If my children are messaging me, I need to obviously to have a look. But we will be moving within the next 60 seconds, I promise. Okay. Thank you, Diana. Thank you. Oh, Giselle, I wish. I don't wish I was famous. I wish that, that I could, in an ideal world, magic wand, I wish that, the degree of anonymity until this point could be maintained. Hopefully it will be, but eventually, people are sort of going to, I guess, really start coming up constantly on the street. I don't mind. Anybody's welcome to say hello, including you, Joshy, if you want to come out and say hi. Anyone is welcome to say hello, and any business is welcome to come out and ask for a shout. I happily give a shout to any business for free. I will never accept anything free from any business either, as you guys saw last week when we were at Smashburger by the Shard. Any business is welcome to come out and say hi. It's the least I can do if you're going to come and talk to me, etc. But yeah, I'm still enjoying that time, between being completely unknown and eventually, of course, people are going to want to say hi to the camera. But I guess that's a compromise. You can't have it both ways. You can't have anonymity and at the same time a certain degree of, I don't know, I wouldn't quite go as far as saying fame, but I guess recognition. Okay, anyway, let's move on, everyone. Picking it up. I'm going to walk right past your shop now, Joshy, so I hope you're going to say hi. I'm not coming in, don't worry, if you're shy. Okay. There we are, directly focused on T4 now. Oh, almost walked through the horse poo, everybody. That was lucky, look. It's right there, seriously. Oh, somebody looking at the camera. I don't know if it's quite a queue there in T4. T for you. couldn't see Josh, he may be shy in the kitchen. Okay, let's cross over. So we're crossing over Lancaster Place, which leads onto Waterloo Bridge. There's the bridge. As you can see, it's going to start to get super busy here. Ah, perfect, look at that, it changed to green again the second that we stopped here. How lucky is that, no? Incredibly lucky. The guys in front are just patrols, as it says on the back. It says Northbound Patrol. They're just, like security people that just sort of walk around the streets, kind of helping out the police, I guess. So we're walking along the Strand. This is, let me think, geographically, blah, 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 blah. We're heading west. We're walking west along the Strand toward Trafalgar Square. There's only going to be one very, very brief 30-second stop along here. That's only going to be to quickly show anyone that hasn't seen it, the Savoy Hotel. That literally will be the only stop, I promise, and then we're at Trafalgar Square. We're not going to stop in Trafalgar Square. I know that I have a habit of having those, philosophical moments, but we're not going to stop in Trafalgar Square. A lot of you will already have guessed where we're going to stop, and just to confirm, it's not Buckingham Palace. Somewhere in between. Oh, sorry, I'm joining the little kids on the street here. Oopsie. We're almost walking into the sunset, aren't we, right now? Trying to keep that in mind. Savoy Court is literally right here in front of me on the left. Just quickly show all of you the Casa Manolo here as well. Look at those huge, huge slabs of meat. Yummy. Every single street on the right hand side, other side of the road, leads into Covent Garden. As I mentioned, we're not going to go into Covent Garden today. That's the main one over there, Southampton Street. So very good, very, very, very brief look here in the Savoy, being careful that I don't get run over by a taxi. There we are, everybody. Welcome to the Savoy Hotel, one of London's finest 5-star hotels. In fact, that car, that's the hotel's chauffeur-driven limousine for very rich people that have a suite or something similar. S8VOY. Lovely, isn't it? Savoy. Is it yours? I wish it were mine as well. I know, I'm very jealous. Savoy. Isn't that wonderful? Look, utterly spectacular and pristine. The driver's sitting there. I'm not going to film the driver. What a beautiful, beautiful car. S8VOY. They definitely got the plate. Savoy Theatre here. In fact, the Pretty Woman is on at the moment at the Savoy Theatre. For anyone that's a theatre fanatic, it's a beautiful old theatre. One of London's, in fact, from an architectural historical point of view, it's beautiful. It really is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That lobby, and the stairs down. So yeah, Savoy Theatre, Savoy Hotel. We're not going in, everybody, so don't get excited. They had a massive Christmas tree actually here. They've restored the water feature. Obviously now the Christmas tree is gone. But yeah, lovely. And again, very quiet in here because we're not on the Strand anymore. Very quiet. Main entrance into the hotel. Luckily enough, the doormen are not standing outside today, so they can't tell me to get lost. Very nice. Very historical, very grand, and very expensive. By the way, 500 quid I think a night probably. Cheapest rooms, up to probably about 25,000 for a suite. But anyway, that's a Savoy, probably with Savoy Rolls-Royce. Magnificent Rolls-Royce that is. That plate though, I wonder how much they paid to get S8VOY. Lovely. Magnificent. Okay, let's continue out along the Strand. I suddenly remembered that actually. I wasn't really even thinking about it, but this is the problem, you see. Even if I said, I'm going out for an hour's walk, 5 hours later, we haven't even seen all of it. But they even trimmed the hedges nicely here as well. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be, but actually, what is that supposed to be? I have no clue what that is, unless I'm missing something. Oh, it's a cat, isn't it? Like a cheetah or a leopard or something, I guess. I don't know, actually. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a cat. Curious. Very curious. Anyway, let's continue along the Strand. as mentioned, directly opposite, that is the main street. If anyone is considering going to Covent Garden, when you get to the Strand, that's the main street. In fact, we can even see it. Wait. Luckily, we've got, look, the traffic stopped at exactly the right moment again. So we're super lucky on with these lights, I swear. That is Covent Garden Market directly in front of me. And that's Southampton Street going north from the Strand into Covent Garden. Yeah, it's right there, the entrance to the market. Less than a minute's walk from where I am right now. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, actually, if I pan around, 1 second, we can see behind us again the river. Don't worry, chap, I'm not just a river view. I'm not putting on it. There we are, right in front. Look at the river, isn't that beautiful? Beyond. Lovely. Okay, and back on the Strand we go. Sorry, just being careful there because there was a homeless chap. I don't want to film any homeless people. It's not fair. Okay, let's continue along. Strolling along the Strand, as one does. Oh no, it is Tuesday today, isn't it? Is it Tuesday? Yeah, it is. Or is it Wednesday? I forgot actually. Oops. In just a few moments, well, actually, more like 1 or 2 minutes, we'll walk past Charing Cross Station. Again, probably one of the most centrally located railway stations in London, actually, thinking about it. I mean, Victoria's central, but I don't think it's quite as central. Paddington, I'm thinking Paddington. Yeah, I mean, Paddington and Charing Cross are kind of the absolute central train stations, thinking about it. Okay, arguably Victoria as well, but the other ones are mainly either north of Marylebone Road, i.e. King's Cross and St Pancras and stuff, in the City of London, Blackfriars, Cannon Street, Fenchurch Street, Liverpool Street, or in slightly more obscure locations. Time now here, just before 5 p.m. in London. Sorry, it's not, just before, I've misread it, just before 4 p.m. It's 15:56 here in London. Like 15:56. And I haven't got a thermometer, but I'm 99% certain right now that it's either 0 or below 0, the temperature. You can really feel it actually, it's getting cold. Very. Okay, so we're just about to walk past Charing Cross Tube Station and Railway Station on the left. Welcome, Johnny from Hungary, welcome. Again, just to re-emphasise, guys, I'm being super careful of where I'm walking. I'm not ignoring all of you. We'll have a moment to answer questions and stuff when we get closer to where we're going. We're not terribly far off what will be the final destination. A lot of you, I'm sure, will have guessed where we're going to end up. And as I mentioned, it's not Trafalgar Square and it's not Buckingham Palace, not today. It's nearby. I actually put gloves back on now. In fact, it is pretty. I mean, I'm not cold, but it is actually cold. Definitely going to go below 0 tonight here in London, without a doubt. Maybe even snow. Can really feel it though. It's biting. Again, I'm only filming this, guys, because we can't see anybody. But people asking about, you can't see homeless. There are no homeless people. There are, lots of them. Yeah. Again, we can't see them because they're in their tents or somewhere else. But yeah, there are lots and lots and lots of sleeping bags and other things laying around on the street here. Imagine that, tents. I mean, seriously, literally like a bunch of tents in the middle of London, main street in the centre of the city. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Literally, Okay, Charing Cross, complete with the black phone box, everyone, right in the centre there. And again, we've been here many times recently. Just to confirm, everybody, if we go along here, we're not going to. If we go down here, that would take us directly to the river. And just beyond, I know we can't see it now, just over to the right, at the bottom there, is the London Eye. On the other side of the river, of course, that's the southern side. We're on the northern side of the river. This is called Villiers Street, I believe. Yeah, it is actually. Wait, here it is. Yeah, Villiers Street. We've been down there many times, so we're not going there tonight. And if you remember, anyone that watches or remembers the live last week when it was raining and I had to go and sit in Charing Cross train station, remember, for like an hour because it was raining so heavily. It was the only way to get out of the rain. Yeah, so we've been in there as well. It's just a hotel, Claremont, nothing particularly remarkable. Charing Cross train station.
You got the little one too.
Sorry?
That's funny because you got 2 cameras going at the same time.
This is recording 4K for YouTube. That's TikTok live, so they're kind of simultaneous.
Both live?
That's live, that's for later. This one gets sort of edited and uploaded. It's like the pro version of that, basically, if that makes sense. What about you? What?
Vlog.com. What's yours? What's yours?
Vlog.com. What is this? TikTok or YouTube or both?
We're independent now, aren't we?
I don't know. I mean, this is new to me.
You can't trust the vlogs.
Ah, you mean you're doing it yourself? Wait, I'll quickly show you mine. One moment, guys. I'm just talking with somebody here. One moment, and we will continue. One moment. Aha! Here we are. He's given me some stickers, everybody. If you want to have a look. Vlog.com, everyone.
Cheers. What's yours?
I'm going to show you 1 second. I'm going to hold those. Can you pop? Oh, wait. I've got literally no open pocket. No, 1 second. Best thing to do, I'll open that. Sorry, the other phone's charging in there. I'll take that out. Pop those in there for me. That's very kind of you. And can you pull that off for me? And I can open the other phone. The glove. Don't worry, it's clean. Pull it off my hand. Got it? There we go. Ah. That's it. We got it. Perfect. Teamwork there. Sorry, otherwise I couldn't unlock my phone without the glove being off. Cold, isn't it? It's going to be below 0 tonight, I think. I think it's about 0 now, roughly.
Yeah. It is. I'm fine, except for my fingers.
You haven't got gloves. You didn't bring gloves today. Okay, that's me. 2 weeks old. Count. Actually, guys, I just noticed. Thank you, everyone. We just smashed 28,000, by the way, on TikTok. Everyone, great job for 2 weeks.
Thank you.
So yeah, that's me. YouTube and Insta and blah 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 on that button there. So, opens up YouTube.
How do you say it?
Building up slowly.
London City Walks.
Yeah, heading for that elusive 1,000 on YouTube. That's me. Nice to meet you. Thank you for talking to me. I'm going to put that back in and close it so no one robs me. Hey, I was going to ask you that next. You're happy to be on camera? You sure? As you can see, guys, on his jacket, vlog.com.
I thought I was banned or cancelled.
You haven't been banned and you'll never be cancelled, I promise. What's your name? Gio. George. I'm John. It's nice to meet you, George. Thank you for John. My name is John. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. And stay safe in the cold, especially with a nice camera like that.
Yeah, I had a back spasm, so be careful.
Yeah.
Back spasm.
You think you're going to be okay with no gloves though in this weather? I mean, you got this jacket's pretty. Oh, you're done for the day. You finished.
Oh yeah, I was just out for lunch.
Ah, nice timing. You're lucky. I think I've got maybe another 30-40 minutes. I'm getting to the end now. Been out for 4.5 hours, so quite a long one.
London City Walks.
London City Walks. Yeah. If you like it, follow. And good luck. Thank you for talking to me. Hey everybody. So we're moving on. Sorry for the distraction, everybody. He was lovely. Very nice to talk to him. See, people are super friendly, and it wasn't just a plug either. Let's continue. I'm just putting my glove back on, everyone. Just 1 second. Okay, gloves back on. Bing, let's go. We're walking into what's going to be hopefully a very nice sunset, I would think, actually, looking at it. And I've got just a spot that hopefully we're all going to like. Let me try not to get run over here at the. Okay, that's good. In front of us, you can see Nelson's column actually just peeking out. That's Trafalgar Square, obviously. Was he really? Yeah, not so common these days actually. I mean, my actual name, everybody, in my passport, okay, people always say, "Oh, is it your real name?" Blah blah blah. My birth name, or my legal name is Jonathan. But I don't really like that name. Everyone calls me John, so there we are. Jonathan. It's a little bit too Victorian for my liking. Okay, here we go. Oh, we've got a bit of a queue. Maybe there's some sort of publicity event or something is happening at Waterstones. What's this? giving free food to the homeless? What is?
Yeah.
Is that a group that gives out free food?
Yeah, we are visiting from America, so we're trying to get here.
Oh wow, is that Christian or what?
Yeah, we're with a Christian school.
Would you guys like to kind of give a mention to your school and everything to TikTok Live?
Yeah.
30,000 people.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Hey everyone, so this huge group that we saw here are giving out food very, very kindly to the homeless, and the guy is happy to speak. Give a shout out to the church and tell everyone what you're doing.
So we're with Livestreamed school, and we're coming from America to visit here for a week and try to help out how we can. Right now we're just walking around the streets of London, trying to give out food or food bags or hoodies to anyone in need.
What's your name?
Awesome. I'm Zach.
Zach, it's nice to meet you, Zach.
Nice
Thank
to
you.
meet you too.
A lot of people from the US watching this right now. They'll be very proud. Do you guys know that the Strand is kind of the main place to find a lot of problems with homeless people?
Well, we're working with Orlando, and he knows everything around here, so we're letting him take us around and find people in need.
Okay, that's especially as it's virtually zero, isn't it, right now? You know, nobody should be sleeping outside in London right now, but it's God's work you're doing. Thank you for talking to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You take care. Thank you.
You too.
Thanks everyone. What a lovely guy, eh? Wow, lovely. So you've got a huge group there handing out. Look, they're spending their time, okay, from the US handing out food to people that are homeless on the streets in London in January when it's 0 degrees. Isn't that magnificent? What a lovely chap. You can see, in fact, just the kindness in his face. So glad he agreed to speak to me. Okay, let's continue. So we're going past. I'm going to pan because we're not stopping there, everybody. Trafalgar Square. Okay, just give you a quick rundown. Actually, let me kind of semi 360 it. Okay, so we've got St Martin in the Fields here. That's the church. Yep, 100%. Huge respect to Zach and Team USA. 100%. National Gallery in the centre with the dome. I know it looks like a sort of a mini St Paul's. Obviously we have the fountains and the lions, statues and so on. Anyone that hasn't seen it, actually, I'm just trying to remember, I think the last live that we did, I think it was on Sunday night. It finished here in Trafalgar Square. If anybody hasn't seen that yet, when I got to Trafalgar Square here at the end, right there where the lions are, there were two young guys sitting there, okay? And as I approached Trafalgar Square, they kind of jumped down. They were like, oh, you know, like come here or whatever, etc. And obviously I was thinking like, okay, whatever, let's see. And they were two young English guys that were sitting there. And they came down and they told us what they were doing here in London. You know, they'd taken the train into London. They were both 16 years old, by the way. Took the train into London to explore, to do exactly what I'm doing. I said, why did you come here? What are you doing? They're like, hey, we just came in because we wanted to enjoy the atmosphere. We wanted to see these sights. You know, we wanted to just enjoy central London tonight. You know, that's on the last live. It's on YouTube and it's here. The guys are in the video here on TikTok. You know, huge shout out to the two guys, Aaron and Tyler. They were. I purposely tagged them in the video on TikTok, and they both liked the video. I would ask them if they were okay to appear on TikTok. But that was a good example of, you know, disproving the media narrative that all teenagers are here to, you know, take drugs, drink, and vandalize and so on. Yeah, Zach and Tyler, huge shout out to you guys if you're watching. Okay, let's cross over. Yeah, the two guys that were on Trafalgar Square, they were both English. They were from South London, a place called Sutton in South London. They'd taken the train from Sutton into central London, literally. And again, see, they're still walking around. Look, everybody, I'm not going to film too closely, but you know, Zach and the guys, they're here. See, they're walking all the way around here. They've got huge bags of food. A lot of them are not even wearing gloves. They're carrying huge bags of food. You can see those big, heavy bags of food digging into their fingers with no gloves, because you know what? Fundamentally, they're very kind-hearted and they want to help other people. Got to respect that. Got to respect it massively. Okay, this is Northumberland Avenue. Again, this leads to the river. Again, we've been here many times, including just a few days ago. So we're going to wait for the traffic and we're going to cross over Northumberland Avenue. Charing Cross. Okay, let's go along. Thank you very much for the roses and for your support, everybody. Let's continue. Yes, smash those likes. Let's do what we always do, guys. You know what it's like when we get to the 100k. Okay, Admiralty Arch through there, going towards Buckingham Palace. Again, we're not going there today. In fact, we might. Let's see. The only reason I'm saying we're not is that I'm not 100% sure if what I was hoping to see is still here to see. So we're going to find out in a couple of minutes, actually, when we get nearby, if if it's still there. Okay, so we're now on Whitehall, and yes, we're heading toward that small clock in the distance, Big Ben, that we know and love so fondly. We're going to walk past, or probably going to walk past 10 Downing Street. Anyone that remembers the other day when we were walking along here, I went into this street here, Craig's Court. You remember I found that old handle on the door and I tried to ring the doorbell and it fell off in my hand. Remember? That was in there, Craig's Court. I wonder if that doorbell's still there, whether somebody stole it. Okay, let's see, let's continue. Actually quite busy on Whitehall, in fact. That said, it's only 4 o'clock, so people are still at work. Down Whitehall we go. It's good to go this way because even if the thing I'm thinking of is not possible, there'll be other things we can enjoy as we get near the end tonight. So we've got lots and lots of interesting spots. Welcome from California, anywhere else in the US. Thank you, Lee. As usual, you guys like smashed through it in 2 seconds. It goes from like 90 to 125 in literally a matter of moments. It's crazy how quickly you guys do that. Thank you for doing that as well. Okay, so we're crossing Great Scotland Yard on the corner. Oops, it's red. I didn't even notice. Sorry. We're going to dash across Whitehall right now while we've got a moment and a break in the traffic. Oops. That's it. Okay, here we are. Zooming across Whitehall. Bedding. Yeah, people are starting to cover their faces and stuff because it's bitterly cold actually. It really changed. That sunshine obviously that we had, we had a beautiful day today. Literally the most beautiful day for a while. But yeah, the second the sunshine's gone, woo, it is cold, proper cold. Okay, let's have a look. Thank you for the compliments, guys, and for those likes. Fantastic. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Welcome. Especially anyone that's joining for the first time and hasn't seen this before. Thank you, everyone. We're doing pretty well today. It's been a lot of fun. What a walk, eh? In fact, this is walk number 2, by the way. I don't know if any of you watched both. We did one at 120 Fenchurch Street this morning. with a London red bus conveniently parked right there, luckily. Okay, let's continue along. I'm 90% because of the weather and because of the time that they will have left. Let's have a look. I think the guards, one second, the horses are not here. Let's have a quick look inside. Horses may bite. They're definitely not going to bite because they're not there. Okay, let's see. Horse guards, everybody. And I'm thinking because of the weather that actually, yeah, look, the guards are not here, everyone. Wow. First time I've walked through here at this time. I'm pretty sure that they actually, wait, maybe they finish at 4. I can't remember if it's 4 or 5. Anyway, we'll have a look through and then we'll head back down toward Parliament Square. The sky through here will be spectacular. Yep, we're going to get to that. I'm glad that somebody always remembers to ask about the steps. Should be a good count today, actually. We've been out and about for a good while so far. Thank you. Here we are. Boing. That, for anybody who doesn't recognise it, we've been here many times, but just for anyone that's new or hasn't, whoops, almost dropped a tripod, hasn't seen this before, it's the old Admiralty building, okay? So we walk through Horse Guards, which is on Whitehall. Normally have the guards, but they're not today. These guys just decided to ignore the chain and walk across. I'm not sure why they did that. Anyway, so yeah, this is the old Admiralty building. This spectacular building that we know and love. We've seen it many times on the lives. And one thing that we have got, potentially, is a spectacular sunset. I'm pretty sure we're going to get quite a sunset. I'm just wondering, actually, where would be a good spot. I'm trying to think. Okay, everyone, we're going to have a vote, all right? Do we want to see... I'm just trying to think geographically as well. Hold on. Right now I'm looking fundamentally... If Whitehall's running behind me, that's west. Right now I'm looking north, unless my geography is way off, roughly speaking. Retired vet. London is run by Islamists now, yes. Again, we didn't discuss religion or politics in this chat. So no comment. Okay, so looking over the old Admiralty building. There it is. It is, I'm just guarding, yeah, damn it. See, I was Sorry, we did get a teeny bit distracted, Mordor, you know what, with the Savoy and then speaking to Zach and so on. I was hoping I'd just about make it at the last moment, but missed it today. Never mind, we're normally very lucky with that. There'll be another day, another sunny day this week. Who lives here? No one lives here, unfortunately. This is now the Department for Trade and Industry. Oops. What was that? Ding dong. Hey, thank you. Yeah, keeping warm and enjoying it very much, actually. What I'm debating, everyone, is whether or not it's sensible. I'm just trying to think. Can anybody figure out, especially if we have, you know, any weather specialists here, where is going to be the best place to see, if we're going to get one, a good sunset? I'm 50-50 whether it's going to be Westminster Bridge and the House of Parliament or Buckingham Palace. I would go instinctively with Big Ben and Westminster Bridge. Okay, if we go to the bridge, we're going to have views east and west. Let's do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a sensible choice. Let's head to the bridge. Yep, that's the choice. Executive decision. Bridge Palace. You literally, guys, you're going to do what? Bridge Palace, Bridge Palace, Palace Bridge. Yeah, it's going to be the bridge, okay? Because we're going to have views eastward and westward and toward Big Ben. So we can't fundamentally lose if we go to the bridge. If we get to the palace, then I don't think we're going to end up with as many options. As we're so close, let's go to the bridge. That's where we're going to finish up today, near Big Ben and the bridge and so on. And I promise I'll remember to check the steps. I always do that at the end. I'm going to guess wildly, we're probably around 15k already, but let's see at the end. Yep, bridge, thanks guys, I'm glad you all agree. No, he doesn't live here. The king still lives in Clarence House, which is just behind Buckingham Palace. Again, interesting view here directly across the road. Could almost be in Paris, couldn't we, at this point? Look at that. Lovely. Panning around, this is where we came from, Trafalgar Square, at that end. And of course we're chasing the sunset, which we might miss, to be fair. There might not even be a great sunset tonight. This way, let's have a look. We might not get a sunset. We might not get a sunset. Let's see. There was an amazing sunset yesterday. I'm not convinced. There wasn't an amazing sunrise this morning, so I'm just not sure if we're going to get something great, but it doesn't hurt to look. We're heading that way anyway. It's on our way, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, greetings if you're joining from Jerusalem. Seagulls, yeah, sold actually. You get a lot. I don't think it'll be as high as 25k. The record is about 20k-ish for a one single non-cut walk. There have been no pauses in the live. Okay, there were, you know, brief pop into the coffee shop and so on, but no, I don't think we're going to hit anywhere near 20k. I really don't. Let's have a look. You can see Big Ben just peeking out in the distance. Thanks guys for zooming it straight through the lights. Look at that, boom. So many hearts on the screen. It looks like people think I'm on a dating app. Okay, let's go through. We're about to pass 10 Downing Street, which is here on the right. And again, we're chasing that sunset. We're very close. It's 10 Downing Street with some probably very cold armed police, as ever. Actually, speaking of which, I'm not sure if they're going to close the road or why they're parked like that, but actually maybe the road's closed, I don't know. 10 Downing Street, everybody. We're stopped very briefly, in fact. Nice colours actually this evening, very nice colours. Okay, let's look back towards Trafalgar Square. There's some sort of tour group or something outside here. Okay, let's continue. I'm not quite sure why. Actually, the road isn't closed. They just decided to park there for some odd reason, just like right in the middle. Okay, I'm going to pop back across. I'm on the south side for the river. Again, we still have this this protest about what's going on in Ethiopia. Again, no need to discuss it. Oh, you missed the best part. I'll check at the end. I'm not sure how long this live has been, everybody. Again, if there is a way to check that sort of during the live, or if anyone knows roughly, I'm guessing that we're somewhere between 4 and 5 hours. I honestly don't know. Hey, welcome if you're joining from Palestine, and morning to anyone else that's joining. Or indeed evening. In fact, it's now tomorrow, isn't it, in Australia? Okay, in the centre is Westminster Abbey. On the right hand side is the Foreign Office, Foreign and Commonwealth Office, apologies. We don't go looking for homeless people. Not intentionally anyway. Okay, almost there. The next turning on the left here, we will see Big Ben and the bridge. We made it at Westminster Station. I mean, anyone is welcome to come to London, Abigail, including you. What did you miss? An entire walk from the City of London all the way back to Parliament Square. I don't know how many steps. We'll check that very soon. So you missed a lot. Yeah, moderator's amazing job as usual. I don't need to tell you that, you already know it. Incredible job. In some respects, yeah, it depends where, I'm not in the West End. If I went to Oxford Street right now and compared, for example, Oxford Street to, I don't know, the Champs-Elysees, it will be much easier to guess which is busier. I would say probably the Champs-Elysees is a little bit busier than Oxford Street. But again, it depends on where. If I go to Piccadilly Circus, it will be busier than, than the Arc de Triomphe, etc., etc. Or if I compare Galerie Lafayette with Harrods. Okay, so we've arrived at Parliament Square finally. In fact, wait, I'm just looking across. I think we've got a little while until the sun sets, actually. Again, let's have a look at see if those queues are back at the phone boxes. If anyone doesn't know, this is the world's most Instagrammed phone box, right in front. I'll show you why when we get there in a second. There's always like a massive queue of people waiting to have their picture or selfie taken. Nope, stream is truly live. No issues with the reception here, everybody. It should be good. Working fine for me. No issues with the mobile data today at all. Okay, let's quickly do it. Wow. Westminster Station. Okay, let's have a quick peek. If you're wondering what everybody's sort of stopping for, looking around, that's what they're stopping for and looking around. So there you've got an idea that actually isn't that quiet after all. One second, we'll back to that in a moment. Queue's very small today actually, but there is a queue. One second. Okay, so directly opposite across Parliament Square there is Westminster Abbey. Lovely as it is. I'm going to sort of gently pan across the Palace of Westminster. You can see in fact the sign directly in front. Trafalgar Square, where we just came from, is to the left along Whitehall. Obviously we've got the Big Ben in the centre of the frame. And this is why people like to take pictures here, because if I get back, you can see that's literally, you know, the kind of the ultimate spot. I'm getting really far back because it's a family of people that are taking a group picture, so it's better because they're with their children. So I'm right back here on the corner. Yeah, just look at that. If I sort of rest down there and hold the camera there, you get an idea of. Forget about the cone. In fact, sorry about the cone on the street. I'm not going to kick it out of the way. Too many people. But that's why people like to stand on the corner there, especially, you know, if they're catching the sunset. That magnificent view past the red phone box to Big Ben. And because the lights are out, you know, it's not dark yet. Is it picking up the clock face really well, guys? I know we've had Big Ben is the bell, but you know, everyone calls it. Okay, I can call it, you know, by its official name, I call it the clock tower. I call it whatever you want me to call it, but fundamentally, everyone knows it as Big Ben. If we look past the phone box, is the clock face very clear tonight? Is it like super clear, or is it still a bit blurry? Yeah, it looks good. Can you literally sort of see the time on the clock face? 25 minutes past 4, spot on. Yeah, lovely. I'm glad it came out well. Sometimes we have problems with that. The clock face is so bright it sometimes doesn't get picked up. Okay, great. Thank you very much, everyone. It's good to know that it's crystal clear. A miracle finally, Leanne. We actually got it clearly. Amazing. Okay, we're getting a little bit of sort of light pollution there because, you know, we've got street traffic coming by. Plus, these annoying lanterns are so bright here. Thank you, Darren. That's very kind of you. I do appreciate the kind words. It's very, very, very thoughtful. Thank you. If you guys like what you see, what can I say? You know, anyone that's been here and seen most of the journey today, I'm not going to move. You've got like 60 seconds. Anyone that's, you know, getting their camera ready or wants to make a screenshot or whatever, do it now. Actually, you know, I'll tell you what. Now the kids have gone. Let me move past this stupid bunch of mess on the street. Let's get here, right to the kind of key spot. There we are. That's what you wanted, everyone. There we are. Completely clean, yeah, and centered, I think. One moment. There it is. Bingo. That's almost phone wallpaper time, isn't it? At night time, late at night, it's always busy. There's always some people wanting to get that selfie with the phone box. We will. I'll stay on the bridge until 5 p.m. 100%. We'll be on the bridge when we hear the bells chime. Don't worry. So in a second, no, 5 o'clock will be the next one, I think, which is coming very soon. So there, spectacular Big Ben on what is going to be an absolute, I'm hoping at least, should be quite a glorious sunset. Isn't it magnificent? The colour of the sky tonight is really making Big Ben pop, isn't it? You know, it's exploding there. Bingo. 4:30 in 3 minutes. Okay, let's head over to what will be our final point. Even the police are heading that way to Westminster Bridge. I'm going to kind of cut across the middle, so give me a moment, everybody, just to double check the traffic. I actually got somebody taking my picture while I'm standing here. I don't know what for, but it doesn't matter. I'm in public. Okay, just waiting for the traffic to clear. Yeah, I'm very busy. It's very busy this evening. It's just really picking up a lot. Okay, so let's find the cyclists. I think we're good. He says there's a bus pulls right in front of him. 1 second, everybody, sorry. It was one of the old buses, an old Route Master bus. We just missed it. That's a shame. Double checking. I'll follow you. Never know when it's gonna. Oh, here we are. I think we're good to go. Actually, I'm gonna run across. Oopsie. So just talking to the cyclist. He's like, "Don't do it." Anyway, we're here. 1 second. So now, literally right in the middle of the street. If I pan around the back again across Parliament Square, you can see it's getting busy. Sky is looking quite interesting tonight, actually. Okay, finally we've got some green lights. Only got one more crossing to do to get on the other side of the bridge, and bingo, we're there. In fact, the bridge is absolutely rammed. Look, it's completely solid with traffic. Oh, wait, we're going to have a little bit of a wait again, folks. Look, I mean, even the bus is impatient. Oh, there's the chime for 4:30. Okay, let's head over, get to the side of the bridge. One moment. Waiting for the traffic to clear and we'll be across. One second everyone, I've got the capture for live. Let me just get across the street and deal with this. Otherwise the live is going to be terminated because I didn't respond to the capture. One moment. Because I was static for a minute, sometimes that sort of live capture, you know, confirm that your live pops up. Got 40 seconds, hold on everybody, let me just do this now. Apologies if you're watching on YouTube. Whoopsie. 1 second everybody, let's get this capture out of the way. Can you imagine if it sort of died at this point? I mean, seriously? Okay, done, we're back. Okay, up we go. Whoops. Bridge Street. At least we're on the right side of the street and no more streets to cross, so that was kind of a nice timing with the capture. Oh, look at the colour of the sky, everybody. I think we're going to get a really beautiful, beautiful, beautiful sunset from Westminster Bridge here. So we made the right choice after all, very luckily. And look at the traffic, it's absolutely chocker. I don't know what's going on, but both ways, look, completely solid. Maybe it's because the police were closing Whitehall, perhaps behind, but it's absolute. It's not even rush hour yet, and it's solid. Look at this. Not sure why or what's going on today, but anyway. Luckily, we're not on a bus stuck waiting to go somewhere interesting. So walking past the Palace of Westminster here. Sadly, I'm not important enough to be on the other side of the gate, everybody, but there we are. MPs, dignitaries, diplomats, security. Okay, enough of that. Oops, trespass on this site is a criminal offence. Okay, thank you. There's the sky. Look at that sky, everyone. Look at that sky. Look at the wheel. Ooh. It's going to be an absolutely spectacular sunset. And you know what? We're going to see every minute of it. Let's get to a super spot. I'm just wondering actually whether or not it's going to be more interesting. Actually, you know what, we'll figure out as we go. Let's get over there and pan around. There's a huge number of people on the bridge already waiting for it. From those blue skies we had earlier to this, can you imagine, folks? We got very lucky, didn't we? Yep, indeed, that's a London Eye over there on the south bank. Lots of people taking pictures here, of course. Okay, everybody, we made it. Okay, look at, hopefully it's going to be crystal clear. This is where we are now. We're on Westminster Bridge, right on the corner with the Palace of Westminster. Oh, did a double-decker bus flip over, or is that a joke? Look at that, isn't it absolutely magnificent with the pinks and the purples that we've got. Look at the sky, everybody, look at this. I'm going to pan back 1 second. At the moment you won't see anything because there's a lamp. Don't worry, I'm on it. Look, see? The lamp. I'm going to get back there in a second. Don't worry, I'm going to show you some even better views. Just check out the different spots before I decide to put the tripod down and stay in a fixed position. So obviously we've still got the London Eye over that side. And I'm still wondering, 50-50, which side of the bridge we should be for the... we can't be both sides because there's too much traffic. So I'm thinking fundamentally we need to be on this side. So just a moment, guys, I'll choose a spot, tripod down, and we're going to have a lot to see. There it is. That's what you wanted, Big Ben at sunset. I think that's going to have to go out. In fact, you know what? Here. I'm going to, whilst I'm here, it's very busy. Look, you can see it's absolutely packed. So let's pop the tripod down, get it into a super spot and enjoy the sunset. So just a moment everybody, either on YouTube or here on TikTok. Let me put this down so that we're completely safe and we've got nothing to worry about in terms of seeing the sunset from the very best perspective. It is an early sunset. It's only 4:34 here in London, but it's very cold. It's about 0, I would say, maybe even -1 by now. Sorry for the slightly jiggy picture, guys. Almost done, last of the 3 legs. Got a good spot here. It's packed, but we've found a little spot that you're going to like. Once I pop this down, you'll see how good a spot is. Okay, just double checking this as well because I made a bit of a mistake earlier on and the tripod flipped over. So I'm double, triples, quadruple checking everything. Okay, let's pop that down. Right, there we are. There you have it, everybody. That's going to be our closing shot. We're on Westminster Bridge. I will pan the teeny weeny bit, but fundamentally that's where we want to be, isn't it? You know, actually, you know what? Maybe it isn't. Hold on. Wait, look. What are we thinking? I mean, you know what? We can't go wrong, can we? How's that for a view? Enjoying that, folks? The shepherd is not going to be delighted. The shepherd's going to be ecstatic. I mean, look at this as we head looking directly along. Look at that. And we've got the right side. The other side, the London Eye side, is pretty, but this is massively different. Massively different. Again, just a moment, everybody. I'm just double checking the tripod here.
See you again.
Oh my God, what a small world, eh? Good to see you. How's it going?
Good to see you, man.
Yeah? All going well?
Open the TikTok this time.
Good man. Just stay at it, yeah? It's going to go like... You'll see. I promise it will. Do. You know it. Message me anytime, yeah? And just mention Westminster Bridge so I know immediately it was you, okay? What's your name?
Kunal.
No.
Kunal. K-U-N-L.
K-N-U-L.
K-U.
K-U-N-L. Kunal. Wait. Spell it to me again. One last time.
K-U-N-A-L.
Oh, Kunal. I'm sorry.
I'll
Kunal.
message you and I'll say the guy that I know.
Do. Good to see you. What a small world though, my friend, no? It's just a very small world. Okay, I'm going to finish this up with everyone watching. You got a great spot, didn't you, tonight? Bingo. To everyone that's just watching or isn't sure, if you remember in the live a little while ago, we were not today, a few days ago, we were passing somebody next to St Paul's, and we stopped and had a chat, and he's here today. Just stopped to say hello. Kanal, his name is lovely. I'm just double checking everything here, everyone, before I firmly set the tripod down permanently. We're almost ready to put it down. Just a moment, almost done, everyone. Just patience for a second. One moment. It's the last of the legs, everybody. Just one moment, almost there. And we've got it, that's it. The tripod now is exactly where I want it to be. I'm going to focus it directly over the Palace of Westminster. And I'm going to pan around a teeny bit, depending on how good I think the view is. I mean, that's pretty spectacular, but fundamentally we're all about that sky, aren't we, tonight? That was the guy, yeah, Katie. It was the guy that wants to live too. What a small world there, again, you know. 12 million people. We passed him, I think it was on Saturday or Sunday. I will be going on an Uber boat. I mentioned that last week. Uber boat will be coming up as soon as it gets a little bit warmer and the weather is a little bit more predictable. So definitely coming up. I mentioned that a few times in the last week, the Uber boat, etc. So yeah, what an extraordinary coincidence, in fact, to meet Kunal again when we're walking across. What a very extraordinary coincidence. It isn't, in fact. I'm going to give you guys a 360, just so that you know, I'm not lying. We've got the best view on this side, 100%. I'll show you. Okay. That's looking south across Westminster Bridge. If we pan around, you can see that the lights on the eye have already been switched on. But as you can see, the sky is nowhere near as interesting the other way. It's completely the same colour. We've got the best colours this way over the Palace of Westminster for the sunset, everybody. 100%. So that view of Big Ben is going to be where I'm going to fix a tripod for the end of the live this evening. As you can see, this is the spot that everybody is looking toward. We always get a little bit of light pollution there fundamentally, and we might not be able to see the clock face so clearly. I do, Kirsty, I live in central London, so it's very easy for me to be out and about sharing this with you guys. So I'm going to fix this right now so that the tripod will not move. This is now the fixed position, guys. We're not going to move the position. This is the best spot to see the sun go down in the next 15 minutes. Beautiful. It is. It's very, very beautiful, without a doubt. And amazingly, everyone, I'm sure I can't be specific about how long we've been out, but we've been out long enough to drain the power bank completely. I just noticed everything's okay. We've got enough power to finish up, but yeah, the power bank's drained. Massive power bank. Used a whole lot of it today. It's all gone. Typical live takes anything between 3 and 10 gigs of data. I'm going to check that. Good question. I'm going to check that next. I'm just double checking, putting the power cables away. We're now out of power, completely out of power, 100% gone. It's fine. I'm going to keep an eye on the YouTube camera. Actually, you know what? For the first time ever, the YouTube camera has almost run out of storage. There's only 18. Wow, there's only 18 gigs left on the storage. Wow, incredible. Okay, let's have a little look. Hey, anyone that's nearby is welcome to come out and say hello. I don't think it'll be as high as 19. I'm just about, everybody, to check. Hold on, I'm just opening the Samsung app now, and we'll have a look at the steps. I don't think it'll be epic, but let's have a look. Okay, so here we are. There's the phone. Whoops, let me see if I can do that. Samsung Health. What did we do today? Oh, we cracked it. We smashed 15. Okay, 15,000 steps today, everyone. 15.6k. Not bad, I guess. Apologies, I know it's not sort of crystal clear there, the image, but yeah, 15.6k steps. I'm guessing roughly 15.6. That's going to be circa 8 miles, I would say. Roughly 8 miles. Everyone is welcome here, my friend. It doesn't matter where you're from. Everyone is welcome. I'm going to keep an eye on both of the cameras very, very clear. Thank you, Joy. Good to hear that. Yeah, we didn't get one of those amazing kind of, sort of almost flame-filled sunsets. We didn't. I'm looking right around. The sky is the same on either side of us now, but we did get the best of it, everybody. Very much so. And I'll be here for the next 10-15 minutes or so. I'll stay here until we hear Big Ben chiming at 6, and that today will be the end of the live. So for this, from this moment now, I'm here for questions. If anybody has any questions, shoot, fire away. I've got both hands free, and I'm all ears, as it were. No, thank you, Leanne. Thank you for your support and the kind words. It's my pleasure. Dusk is the best, 100%. Watching from Jamaica, wow. I'm jealous. We've got some amazing weather there right now. It does look beautiful, yeah. It's quite spectacular. It really is. Oui, c'est super. C'est magnifique. C'est trop beau. 100% agree with that. Yeah, maybe a Monopoly themed walk or something like that. I've lived in central London for over 20 years, long time. For the first time today, actually, I'm going to do up my coat because it's that cold, guys. It's below 0 now, definitely below freezing. If I close up my coat, I'm going to be totally insulated and it can go to -10. Hands are fine, no problem at all. I've got loads of levels on. No issue at all with the temperature today. I'm absolutely fine. Shalom if you're watching and working from Israel. Shalom. Sorry guys, the comments are coming very fast. Greetings, welcome if you're joining from Greece. Something to show, travelling recommendations to London. Put your shoes on and go outside. 100%, always walk it. Greetings, hola if you're joining from Panama. It is, it's a magnificent sunset here in central London over Big Ben. Hey, welcome if you're joining from Canada. How much do you rent the average a month? Again, it depends where exactly you live and how big your apartment is. Average, I don't know, 2,000 a month, 3,000 a month, UK pounds. Can be a lot more, it depends where you live. Welcome, Cleveland, Ohio, the Philippines. sun again. You know, check on the BBC weather for sunrise, sunset times. At the moment, it's anywhere between around sort of 4:30-ish and 5 p.m. Hey, welcome if you're joining from Romania. Welcome. Chiwa bus. I personally prefer the bus actually for two reasons. One, mobile reception. You can still use the phone. Welcome Trinidad and Tobago. Goodness me. I would go with the bus. Yeah, you can see what's going on. Hey Seville. Hola. Good evening. There we go, folks. We've got a little bit of a chime. Not the 5 o'clock one yet. I was walking around a lot anyway, Leanne. To be honest, I spend most of my time outside, so it just kind of, I thought to myself, you know what, why not? Might as well. It's fun. I like to record it as well for posterity. You know, my children can watch these walks in 70 years when I'm not here anymore. Favorite place in London? It's always going to have to be Buckingham Palace or PC. I mean, I edit the videos for YouTube on a PC. Yeah. What do I think of Andrew Tate? Nothing. Not interested. I will. I know everyone wants to live here. Literally. Everyone wants to live in London. It's a good point. Welcome, willkommen. Or guten Abend. Hey, welcome, Philippines. Oh, I wouldn't say that. I'm not sure how cold it is in Glasgow. We're about 0 right now. I would think it's 0, either 0 or -1. I don't support any football teams. I'm not really a football fan. Would it be possible to show us Wilton House someday? Why not? Everything's coming up at some point or another. So much more to see, so it'll happen. Don't worry. Expensive to live here? Again, it depends where. You know. What's the name of my charge bank? You mean the power supply? It's the newest one on Anchor's website. It's like it has two or three USB-C ports. Welcome if you're joining from Thailand. I'm a huge fan of Thailand. Love watching videos in Bangkok and Pattaya, etc. Massive fan of Bangkok and Thailand generally. Welcome from Uganda. Hey, greetings, welcome. Joining from the UK, Manchester, Germany, Mexico. Westminster Church, we already had a look. Westminster Abbey, we had a look. The sun, yep, the sun has set. We saw it, we were here as it was setting. Thank you, my pleasure, Gabby. Enjoy your evening. It is a beautiful place. Is that guy wearing shorts? Wouldn't surprise me. You do get, yeah, he's wearing shorts. He's a runner. I see he's looking at his timings. He's a runner. So you get a lot of people here, wearing wearing shorts and stuff. I don't have a car because I don't know how to drive. I promise. Yeah, anyone that hasn't visited, the second you get the opportunity in any way, visit. You see what's here. Best season to visit, spring. Always, 100%. Where to eat Sunday roast? Any pub. Do you watch any lives from Australia? I do, in fact. I did love watching the fireworks over Sydney Harbour. Absolutely super. Let me answer. What's a power bank? I can't remember the actual model number. The power bank is an Anchor power bank. It's the newest power bank that's on Anchor's website. It costs like, I don't know, 150ish or something like that. It's a massive power bank. It's something like 2400. But I've got 4 devices here. It actually drained all of the power today. First time that ever happened. I'm sorry if I speak too fast, guys. I do apologise. I know that not all of you can understand everything, and I'm sorry about that. I wish I could speak some other languages. Yes, it is, Cara. I will announce it soon, but there will be. 1 second, guys. The comments are coming too fast. 1 second. Hold on. I'm trying to answer all the questions. Other channels that I watch. I'll definitely give a shout out to Kais1. Okay, massive shout out to Kais1, inspiration to me personally. Keis, Kais1, South African guy traveling the world, showing it how it is. A lot of respect for him. So Kais1, TikTok live. Hey, you want to say hello?
Yeah.
Okay, come this side, guys. Where are you from?
Spain.
You're Spanish.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of Spanish speakers watching.
Hola.
Hey, say something to everyone in Spanish. Speak in Spanish to the camera,
hola.
guys.
Well, I'm actually Austrian, so.
Oh, you're Austrian?
Yes.
Okay, even better. A lot of German speakers watching.
1
second, let me get you guys right in the frame. 1
Cheers,
second.
London, recording live.
There we go. Spanish or German? Take your pick, guys, as you wish.
Chicos, bienvenidos a Londres, es la experiencia de vuestra vida. Os lo digo yo que llevo un año aquí. Ya está.
Yeah? So you're loving
Hazme
it.
caso.
And give me the same in German.
Te digo,
Wer ist das? Was?
que tienen que venir a Londres.
Ihr müsst nach London kommen. Einmalige Chance, Big Band zu sehen.
Aha.
Und ja, kommt her.
Wow. Wonderful.
Thank you. What's your name?
My name is John. I'll show you the channel, guys. Gracias. Thank you very much. One second. So this, you'll be on it later. I'll do it probably tonight or tomorrow. I put like little. I always speak to people. It's TikTok live, so.
On TikTok live. How many people are here?
That's a good question. Let's have a look. We've sort of been going through between about 750 and 1,000.
Is it right now live as well?
Really?
It's right live right now. The TikTok's 2 weeks old, guys. That's the numbers.
Alright, London.
And you do videos of London?
Yeah, it's always videos of
I
London.
usually come to UCL. UCL represent.
Came past it earlier. Came past UCL, LSE, King's College. Walked all the way from the City of London today to here. 5 hours. It was a long
Wow.
ride. It was a very long ride.
It's very nice by bike.
It is. It's beautiful. You can
That's
see.
so funny.
You can see yourself, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of people watching from South America,
That
and I
is
can't
so
speak
funny.
Spanish. I wish I could speak Spanish.
Hola, Montevideo.
Yeah, Brazil. I love your accent. I'm from Austria. Look here.
You see,
I'm
look,
from
lots of
Austria.
German and Spanish speakers around
Damn
the world.
UCL. What the
UCL, yes, UCL.
So shout out to anyone that can speak Spanish, German, or is it UCL,
Yeah,
guys?
shout out to
Any
anyone.
friends that you have, greet them.
Yes, of course.
It's yours. The camera's yours.
Okay, we don't have friends, but we don't.
Hey, you have each other. That's what matters, am I
True.
right?
Actually, our friends just left us, so.
Yeah.
But look, they're missing it.
driver.
I have another friend of ours, Queen Mary's, so represent Queen Mary's.
Ajá.
And then Madrid.
Yeah.
¿Cómo se llama la
CBO?
universidad?
Oh, Madrid. The CEU.
CEU.
Ajá.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cade, comillas. That's it. But yeah, we have a little driver waiting for. Like, thank you so much. For
No, my
She's a
pleasure, guys.
TikToker.
Enjoy. Have a
She
great
does
evening.
TikToks.
You saw the best part of London, didn't you, tonight, with the sun setting?
So I look at the sunset.
Did you film the sunset?
I did. Yeah, we've been here for a little while. It was
That is
great.
amazing.
Perfect evening.
Thank you so much.
Alright.
Gracias.
Enjoy.
And dankeschön.
Yeah.
Bye, guys. Bye. Okay, everybody. Perfect moment. I'm sorry I lost focus on Big Ben a teeny weeny bit. It was important to me to get them in. That way we can get greetings. From everybody watching who can speak Spanish or German. I hope that helped a little bit. I know a lot of people in the USA can also speak Spanish. So it's wonderful to get greetings. Come back, boys. Yeah, of course. You see, they were in a rush. I think they said they're on the way to a wedding. So I was going to ask them if it's safe, but I think you can tell from the look on their face that they were happy and they had a wonderful time here in London. Just like everyone else. As I always say, friendliest place, absolutely friendliest place. I'm pretty sure, everybody. I'm fine, but I'm pretty sure it's now below 0 here. I'm thinking it's probably about -1, -2 in London right now. You can really feel the air coming from the river. It's like, whoa, it's super cold, but in a good way, like really fresh. My hobby is London, as it says on my page. Sights, sounds, people, and places. Welcome from Bulgaria. Greetings. Good evening. Yeah, some amazing people. Hi, Clock Tower UK. Hey, welcome, joining from the Netherlands. Good evening. Yeah, they were lovely. Super nice, eh? And fantastic that one speaks Spanish fluent, the other one's native language is German. How lucky is that? Blooming is typically 0. Yeah, it makes sense, Pamela. It feels like it's about 0, -1 right now. There should be subs, guys. I have the captions enabled on the live. It's always enabled when I switch on the live. So if they're not there, I can only apologise. Good night if you're in Indonesia, and sleep well. My pleasure. Thank you if you're watching from Dublin. Privyet is Belarusy. Privyet is London. Dobry wieczór. Jak żyzen w Belarusy. I like London. Hey, we all like London. Welcome, joining from Switzerland. Hey, welcome, Austria. I hope you just saw the guy speaking in German to the camera. Yeah, we've had... I'm so sorry if you guys can't see the subs. They're enabled. The captions are always enabled. TikTok can be a little bit temperamental sometimes. Thank you very much. Welcome, South Africa. Oh, amazing. Welcome if you're joining from Kenya. Incredible. Is it Bloomberg or... Sorry, I think I missed the question. Is it Bloomberg or not? I'm not sure what you're asking. Canada is -20. Oh my God, I would struggle with that, I must admit. Hey, good morning. Philippines are waking up. Afternoon in the USA and Indiana. Welcome. Wow, Finland. It's probably colder than there. And greetings from Pakistan. Hey, hi there. Welcome. Hey, if you're joining from Brazil. We're from Cameroon. Seriously, guys, Croatia. We're doing the UN thing again, aren't we here? Seriously. It's incredible. Incredible. It's 6 minutes, guys. I have a horrible feeling, amazingly annoying as it is, that the YouTube camera is going to die before we get... It's literally 6 minutes. This phone is fine. The live will not die. Welcome from Ireland. I'm going to leave it recording. The other camera The other camera, everybody, just to confirm, can somebody quickly work this out because my brain is like asleep. We've been recording for 266 minutes. Yes, everybody, let me quickly mention, mods again, if you could pin it. Yeah, thank you, Pamela. Everyone click on my TikTok profile, click the Instagram button and you'll see my YouTube. Click YouTube, subscribe everybody. Let's get it to 1,000 on YouTube. We're like 925 or something. Let's do it, let's get it, come on, we can do it. We're super close to that magic 1,000 number on YouTube, okay? That would be just like a perfect. It's a kind of London Oxford accent that I have, yeah. Let's do it, guys. Straight through to the 1,000. We're very close, we're so close on YouTube to 1,000. Oh, we've got the red light on the other camera. We've got 5 minutes until Big Ben's going to chime. Let's see if it makes it. If to anybody that will watch this later on YouTube, I'm so sorry if it runs out of power. We've been running for 267 minutes, and the power bank has run out of juice. It's there. YouTube is in the main profile, guys. Look, click on the TikTok profile, and then you'll see it. Link right there. Click the Instagram button on my TikTok page, then you'll see the link directly through to YouTube. I'll be back very soon. Thank you very much and enjoy your dinner. Ecuador, good evening. 6 hours, wow. I'm sorry, don't worry, I'll be back, and all of these lives are uploaded to YouTube in 4K. Okay, this one should be on YouTube by tomorrow night. God, I hope it lasts until I've got 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure the other camera's not going to make it. I think what I might do, actually, let me see. Actually, we've got a tiny, there's only 1 minute and 40 seconds of storage on the YouTube 4K camera. Can you imagine, guys? We actually, for the first time ever, ran out the storage on the YouTube camera. What I'm going to do now, I'm just going to say to everyone that's watching this later on YouTube, thank you for watching the walk today. I'm going to have to end the YouTube recording because it's going to run out. But there's now less than 1 minute of time left on the storage. So thank you to everyone watching on YouTube for watching, for subscribing, and join us again very soon on London City Walks. I'll be back. So I'm going to end the YouTube recording and I'll be back to the TikTok live in just a moment, everybody. So thank you for watching on YouTube and good evening.